All right, guys, I want to thank today's sponsor, Element. I'm having fun with ads now instead of just trying to like read through all the talking points and so forth. But there's a talking point here I have to read through. Element is a tasty electrolyte drink with everything that you need and nothing you don't. That means lots of salt and no sugar. For some reason, that just makes me laugh. I've had and have been in the habit of drinking a half a pack before every leg training session, and all my cramping issues that I had went away because I've always had cramping issues on heavy leg days and leg days especially. How do your quads cramp doing seated leg curls? But it was a reminder to me that I need Element before my heavy training sessions, not just on days when I'm sweating like crazy or it's super hot outside, but there's something with their ratio of sodium, magnesium, and potassium, their scientifically backed ratio, however they explain that makes a huge difference with my training. Every morning I mix it in my oatmeal with, protein and the other crap I mix it with. So I get a half a pack there every morning, easy, and it actually makes the oatmeal taste better. Head into our description box and click the link that's there for Element. Or if you're listening to the audio of this, it's drinklmnt.com/table talk. When you go through that link, you'll get a free sample pack of all the different flavors. So maybe you think you might not like the grapefruit. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. I don't know. Maybe you think you're not going to like the chocolate. I thought it was going to be awful, but it was in the sample pack. And then somebody gave me the idea to throw it in oatmeal, and it was like a game changer to my oatmeal as far as how oatmeal tastes. The sample pack will allow you to test flavors to see what you like and what you don't like. So head over to Element. This is Dave Tate from Elite FTS. Last year, we partnered with Ken Kanakin to co-host the Swiss Symposium. It's built on hypertrophy and sport medicine for strength athletes and practitioners to come together in one place, which will be the Columbus Hilton at Easton. You are going to learn how to level up your training based upon the success and failures of others. You have to stay on top of your game if you want to be able to make the success and move forward at the pace that you want. Just to name a few of the presenters that will be presenting, we're going to have Matt Winning, Brian Carroll, Eric Serrano, Jim Wendler. That's just a few. These experts will be presenting on low back injury and prevention, exercise selection, as well as a business, steroid recovery, and restoration panel. If you want to network with one of the experts that we have presenting, we're going to have people there to be able to help you do that. To register for the Swiss Symposium, go to the elitefts.com website, look for the banner on the homepage, click that, we'll see you there. One of the ways that you can support the podcast is by purchasing or picking up our limited edition apparel. The shirt that I have on right now is one of the only shirts that we've brought back for a second time. Normally we'll never do that, but the only reason we brought this one back for a second time is it sold out within 6 hours. So we brought this one back. We also got a second one that we just dropped. It's our, just Halloween edition shirt. Go to elitefts.com or go to the link in the description. This really does help us out because this directly supports the Table Talk podcast. Thank you guys. Enjoy the show.
Today's episode is brought to you by elitefts.com. Founded in 1998 with the primary aim to live, learn, and pass on. Please help Elite FTS support this mission by smashing the like button, leaving a comment, sharing with a friend, and thinking of us for your training needs. If you can put it in a gym bag or load weights on it, Elite FTS has it.
What's going on? I'm Dave Tate. We are broadcasting from the middle of the Elite FTS weight room, where the underground still thrives and you're part of the crew. It's time to sit down, keep it real, and cut the bullshit. Welcome to Table Talk. All right, guys, we're back with another episode of Table Talk. Today, my guest is Dave Kirschen. I'm just going to list down the stats here real quick. Two decades of powerlifting experience. 3/4 of it at the top of the game.
I guess maybe
pretty much. Been with Team Elite FTS since 2011. 3 times body weight bench in 4 weight classes. 4 times body weight total in 2 weight classes. These are stats that you probably didn't know that you had. 245 articles on Elite FTS.
That I didn't know.
And one of them is the top 3 article, which is the 16 weeks of conjugate. training
that one
program.
that one I knew did pretty well.
That one pops on there. We actually have a link in the description for that one because it might be out of the top 3. Damn, I should have wrote this down. The only one that's a program out of the top 3.
Wow.
Which would mean it's the highest ranking program.
Wow.
On Elite FTS. You're the author of the ebook Gear,
yep,
which is like 435 pages, which we'll talk about here. Husband, father, and trainer. So with over 2 decades in the sport of powerlifting, coming into the sport, then out of the sport, now I'm being on the other end of the sport, you have 3 different perspectives to be able to look back on, which will be an interesting conversation as we move through, because I saw most of it. Right. When the first time I met you, you were the white feeder tank top guy that came to Westside, and that's going back. God, probably
that was about 2000.
30 years. Yeah,
it's about 2000.
20-some years ago. It was a long time ago. You and your training partner came out. And I think at the time,
and for the record, my training partner was actually the one who was invited. I just kind of tagged along.
Yeah, you were the guy in the wife beater. No, what was little Dave? Was that what it was? It was something like that. So it was him. Then
we're kind of back there. It's kind of going full
circle.
Yeah,
it did go full circle, but a lot of shit happened in between that. And I think Elite FTS at the time, I may have been in my home or on the shitty Main Street.
This started in 98-ish?
98, yeah.
So it was only 2 years after that.
Yeah, so it was either, it was in my home. But I do think you guys came up one time when I was on that shitty storefront and downtown.
Maybe, yeah.
Can't remember. I just remember going to like a hockey game.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, the Blue Devils.
Yes. And then I went up there to do a seminar once, that's a whole story we can get into later. So never been to New York, right? Like, what the fuck? And you were a personal trainer in the club we were in.
Yeah.
And the whole time I was there, I'm just wondering, like, how in the hell do these guys train here?
Yeah.
Right. And
there's like potted plants around the place.
Yeah.
This was the Upper East Side of New York, which is a very, very affluent area. But the club we were training at was kind of atypical for a New York City club because there's really, I mean, at the time, at least, I don't know about now, but there was zero presence. There was zero powerlifting presence in Manhattan. Like there was just nothing. Now there's a little bit because of CrossFit, but this is way before CrossFit. So, but the space was it was kind of an interesting space because it was on city property. And so they had to do a lot of programs for the city. So it had a big turf field. Fields are very rare in Manhattan. So they did a lot of programming just for the city also. So like they hosted a camp, there's all kinds of stuff going on. So it was much more diverse than the average club. There was like an Olympic sized pool. They did a lot of swimming events. And the director of it at the time was a former strength coach. So he was a strength consultant for New York Giants. His name is George Bardis. And he was actually the first one to get me into powerlifting. But he knew, he knew how to get good equipment. He had a very good relationship with Sorinex at the time. So we had a lot of Sorinex stuff, good racks. And then he would also work with us to acquire stuff. So we also had that Krepensic monolift attachment on the rack.
Yes,
so he let us get that.
Remember.
And my training partner at the time, a lifter named Rocco Capocha, who I'm still in touch with, he would actually buy us equipment in exchange for membership.
That's what it was.
Yeah. So we actually had a lot of cool stuff that we wouldn't have had otherwise. But even then we had like pretty cool, like we had those old Sorinex benches that would like self spot or like give you the handoff. So basically it would tilt out so you could press out and then do your set and bring it back. So, so even before like we started really powerlifting there, it was well set up. Like the old Ed Kona nebulous leg press. Leg press, like the 35 degree.
Yeah.
So it had really good quality stuff.
Yeah.
Much more than like the average like New York Sports Club or Equinox or something like that.
The reverse, the hyper attachment was the one that caught my eye because it was like, what the hell? I mean, I'm so far out of my element by this point because I'm staying at Rocco's place, right? I'm like, where do I go for food? He's like, just go downstairs. And
it's everywhere.
I'm so I can go on for a half hour about this. Just get a cab, go down the road. And I'm like outside trying to get a cab.
Yeah.
I'm like, fuck it, I'll just walk. That was a mistake. It was
like a mile from the club.
Yeah. So then I'm so perplexed. I'm so interested. Like how do you go to the grocery store?
Yeah. Well, Rocco, he used to drag the sled on the sidewalk,
I
like a
forgot
New
about
York
that.
City sidewalk. So he's like homeless people are pissed off because they're like sleeping on the grates above the subway for the heat, and he's like waking them up, just dragging this freaking up and down.
And his main room was gym equipment.
Yeah, he put a reverse hyper in his living room.
Yeah,
I think he might have had a couple other things.
yeah. So
he was single at the time, needless to say.
Yeah. But my brain was just like, so when you go to the gym, you got to like get your gym bag.
Yeah.
Get a cab.
Yeah.
And carry all this shit. So that whole, I don't even remember the presentation of whatever I did because it was all just, I could never do this. I need to like go to the store, put the groceries in the trunk.
Yeah.
And now in the world we live in, they deliver it to you anyhow.
So what was funny to me is, not only were you kind of out of your element there, but so was the crowd, because this was all like ex-phys students from like Hunter College.
Yes.
Like none of them were really powerlifters except Rocco, me, and a couple others that we brought. But mostly it was just kids, thinking they were at like a typical strength training seminar.
Yeah.
And then you show up, you're still competing, so you're gigantic.
It's just raw Westside.
We're going out to lunch. Yeah, everyone's ordering like a typical meal. You have like 2 hamburgers, 2 hot dogs, like double order of fries, just shoveling. They were like, look, like they'd never seen anything like that. I think it's cool. I'm like, yeah, wow, look at them go. And they're all just kind of horrified. So this sticks out to me. At the time you were working in the nutritionist that had you on like the supplement regimen, but it meant you were taking like 30 pills, like multiple times a day. Like they were like those like Alka-Seltzer tube type thing. It was just full of pills. And you figured out a system where you could take them all in one shot. I've used this. Like what you do is you take the pills all in your mouth. You take a giant mouthful of water. You like tilt your head down so they floated to the top, and then you knock it back, and they just go. And they're just watching you do this, like, and you're like, my record's 30.
Yeah.
Fucking horrified.
Had I known at the time that the food could actually have the nutrients in it.
Well, we take enough pills to get full.
It would have helped. When did that was after you guys had made your trip to Westside a few times. It was like a yearly thing.
Yeah, I think we went 4 times.
So the first time you came, what did you think when you came?
Well, it was a lot smaller than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah. Well, this is the Demers location.
Yeah, that was the old one. I'd actually never been to the new one.
Yeah.
I'd only gone to the old one. So first thing that struck me is, oh my God, this place is fucking tiny. Because I'm used to training like a full-size gym. And from the videos, you can't really tell. Like everything kind of looks like another room. You don't realize it's just the same room from a different angle. So first off, I was shocked at how small it was. And just everybody was just really fucking strong.
Yeah.
Like really strong. I think it was the backs that I noticed first. Just everyone just had a giant fucking back. And yeah, it was just nuts.
Now you were competing at that time, yes? Or
yeah, I started competing I did my first meet, I think 97.
Okay, so that's a few years before that.
It was a couple years before. I didn't really take it super seriously. I was still doing like a little bit of bodybuilding, believe it or not. And I got really serious in like 99.
What changed?
I kind of didn't see the point of bodybuilding anymore. And actually the director of the club, George, who I told you, he kind of talked me out of it. He said, man, I really think you're going to enjoy this a lot more. I think he just saw like how hopeless bodybuilding was going to be for me and tried to put me out of my misery early. But he's the one who kind of convinced me to give strength training a real shot. Wrote me out I think he actually wrote me an old Hatfield program. Now that I'm just thinking about the rep range. And so I started doing, I did a couple local meets there. I met Rocco I think that was also 99. So I was still in college, but I was home for the summer. He came to the gym because he was looking for a place to train. And I happened to be deadlifting while he was there. And he just, he's already, lifted for a long time. So he started giving me cues and everything. We started a conversation. And then we corresponded that whole year I was in college, or that was my senior year of college. And I did a couple local meets like in the upstate New York area there. I went to school in SUNY Cortland. And when I came back, we just started training together. And that was it.
Back then, we got to put some context here.
Yeah.
Back then, deadlifting in a gym was an oddity. It was like a clue.
It was a violation.
Yeah.
Half the time it was against the rules because of the noise.
So normally that was like this.
And we got a lot of fucking complaints because there was a wall. On one side was the platform. On the other side was the yoga studio.
Oh God. Yes.
So we got
noise, yeah,
a
yeah.
little shit there.
So anytime you'd see somebody deadlifting back then, it's like they're more than likely powerlifters.
Yeah.
Or then today,
If it looked good, I mean,
people.
there's a lot of people deadlifting really, really bad, like you saw that.
Well, yeah,
But if you saw someone deadlifting with really good, with like a reasonably good form, that was usually a powerlifter.
yeah. So you would come out with him, and your work ethic was good,
Mhm.
you know, but it wasn't anything that we were like, oh my God, this guy is going to be, you know, the next national.
And it kind of stayed right there.
It did for a
Yeah.
while, right? Because then we kind of lost touch.
Mm-hmm.
And then you came back on my radar after you won the seniors.
Yeah, those APF seniors in 2004,
Yeah.
I think. And for those out there, because they don't call it that anymore, that was seniors didn't mean it wasn't an age thing. It was just the top level amateur meet
senior
in
nationals.
APF.
Yeah. And because I remember when I saw that, I'm like, is this in my brain, you know, sitting in my where's my office then? Probably still at fucking home. Sitting there and I'm like, is this the same guy? Like, it can't be. Like, this is, you know, little Dave tank top guy. And then, it was hard to find video.
Yeah, you couldn't really find it. Yeah, well,
Right.
that was, I mean, there was no, internet wasn't really a presence in the sport then. So we were still trading like videotapes and a little bit later DVDs.
Yeah. So I'm trying to figure out if it was actually you, because if it was, I was impressed.
Uh-huh.
I'm like, this guy went from that, because you weren't that strong when you were coming out either. It was stronger than average, but
Yeah.
keep in mind where I was at the time.
Right.
You know, so
And for perspective, by that point, I'd probably been lifting weights seriously for like 7 or 8 years.
yeah. Yeah.
Which kind of shows you the level of.
Well, yeah, I got to
Yeah.
put some context in that with my own head too, because you're coming in, you're lifting less than Amy.
Right.
Or with her, or right around
About,
with
yeah.
that, right about there. And so then it's like, holy shit, you know, this fucking dude just won the national, which was a big thing then.
Oh yeah, that was a precursor to WPO back then. Like that was,
was the WPO there at that time?
Yeah, because this was 04 now. So WPO started because when I think that first time we came out, we went to the Arnold bench meet.
This is true.
Yeah, so it was WPO was already, that was really in full swing. So nationals was kind of the qualifier for that at the time.
Yes.
Because like now WPO ran through the APF, but I think then you could only qualify through APF.
Yeah.
Whereas now they put more open invites out.
Then I think I emailed you or reached out to you or whatever it was. And somehow or another, you became a sponsor.
Yeah,
which I don't know if it was an application.
It was actually a lot later than that, because that was around 2004, and I came on here 2011. So I remember you put the word out, and I was like, "Fuck it," and I just applied.
Yeah,
and that's really how we reconnected.
Yeah, then you just kept moving up the ranks from there,
just chipping away.
Yeah, so the whole time was chipping away. There wasn't anything that created a stronger pivot to where you took it more serious.
No, I think, you know, it might not have looked like I was training super hard because the weights were so low.
Yeah, I'm trying to put this in perspective.
Yeah. So no, it was always, you know, you get little bumps at different points in your career, but it was mostly just chipping away.
Yeah, and I was a bigger dude too, so.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I was like a legit 165 at the time.
Yeah. Yes. And when that first qualifier happened, what meet did you do after that one? Did you do the WPC or did you do the WPO? Because you won, right?
Oh, and seniors, yeah. I
so-
didn't go to. I don't think I totaled enough for WPO at the time.
That's right.
Yeah, and I didn't really care to go to WC Worlds. It was just because no one else was going to go, and it was kind of a.
Well, that was a weird thing too, right? Because you could win that, but that didn't qualify because the total was like 200 pounds or something over the elite.
Something like that, yeah.
I mean,
yeah,
it was a pretty big jump.
Yeah, it was, and it wasn't back then. I think it was by, I think back then even it was by super class.
Yes.
So I don't remember if I was at the top of the class or not.
And and it's the worlds are kind of taking a hit because the guys are going to the WPO.
Yeah, even back
not
then.
The worlds.
Yeah. And you know, to travel meet, so you know, a lot of lifters just aren't going to travel internationally for, you know, an amateur meet.
Mm-hmm. So with that, you know, you come back on basically my radar, then I bring you on the team, and I'm jumping all over the place here a little bit, but I'm trying to put more credentials behind what you're doing. Soon after that, or whenever, it's all a blur because it's been 25 years or whatever I've been in business. You know, we had the events. like to learn to train and things like that. And they were bigger events at the other place were 5 monoliths and a head judge. And then I set it up so there were not head judges. So there were, with each rack, there were like 5 sponsors.
Right. It was coaching groups. Yeah.
Coaching groups. And then there's a head of each coaching group. And those are the people that I knew that if I had to like take a piss or take care of my kid or do something like that, that group was going to be good. And the first time you came out, you were probably not the head, but on the side.
I think I was in your group actually.
But after that, it was this dude is ahead of wherever he goes, because I was impressed for a lot of different reasons. Your lifting was really good and great, but your coaching was better. Your ability to find, especially in groups that you've never seen before. This is probably your personal training experience too.
Yeah, I think it's also just kind of how my brain works, and we'll get a little more into that later.
Yeah, but you were able to find the, the weak points, the sticking points, and address those immediately and not get caught up. And a lot of the guys were just throw a plate, throw. Get these people to break PRs. Actually fix the lifts. So they actually would still break a PR later on, but it would be a nice looking PR.
And it would stick. It wasn't they just did it because they were having a great day here. They'd take something home with them where they could keep it. So
then after that, it's like every time we had one of these things, you were one of the first people I went to. Because if I have him, then I know anybody I put with him will become better coaches.
Oh, wow.
Because they'll see what you're doing, right? And you also didn't put up with their shit. You have a good you're not an asshole. You have a good communication style where if they're like fucking it up, you had ways to pivot around. Like you can be a back spotter now, not be this side. You knew how to move the other people around.
In the business where they call it counseling out.
Yes, but you were very good at it, which to this day, I haven't met anybody that could do that as well as what you do.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
And so that's a testament right there, because when you can have that ability to do it in others, then you're obviously going to be able to do it within yourself, or at least put yourself around people that can do it for you.
Yeah.
So as you move through the sport from, health club with swimming pool, where did your progression go from there as far as training crews?
So Rocco and I had that thing there for a couple of years, and it was a typical group. Like it would kind of grow and shrink depending on who was kind of following through, but it was kind of always us and maybe a couple others. From there, I wound up getting a job in Connecticut under Steve Plisk, who was this is back when private strength and conditioning facilities were kind of big. So this was Velocity, one of those franchise ones that kind of popped up everywhere, kind of along the lines of a Parisi, just bigger.
Yeah.
So I wound up working for him in Connecticut because I was managing I was a fitness manager at an Equinox and just fucking hated it. I was just looking for any out. So I saw that job listing come up, and I knew who he was just from the business. I was like, well, that looks like a lot more fun. So let me go there. It was fun. Didn't pay shit, but it was fun. And while I was there, I started training at Southside Gym. And this at the time was, Billy Mimnaugh, Ronnie Dayton, Mike Olmo, Vinny DiZenzo, who's
Matt Rhodes.
Yeah. Who neither actually Rhodes came later. Rhodes actually wound up going there after I did. And Vinny wasn't with Elite yet.
Yeah.
That was a
bloated crew too.
Oh, it was a good crew. Bunch of fucking people picture Connecticut. They think like picket fences and like Greenwich, Connecticut, and all these. Yeah,
I picture that crew.
Yeah. I mean, that was. yeah. Connecticut is a surprisingly good powerlifting hotbed, and a lot of that crew moved on to what is now Hellbent Barbell.
Okay, so that's where the origins.
Oh yeah, no, there's a direct lineage there. So one of the guys, it was owned at the time by a guy named Joe Sylvia, who had it for many, many years. And after a while, he sold it to another guy, Rob Tonini, who was part of that crew. It only lasted a couple of years after that. But then Rob Tonini and Mike Skiba, the current owner, started Hellbent as sort of a continuation of that. So Hellbent is a direct lineage to Southside.
Okay, so the guys you were training with back then were fucking nuts.
Oh, it was great.
Yeah.
It was great.
What the stories become difficult to tell, right?
Yeah,
because it's like when people went,
because we find funny, most people find horrifying.
Well, yeah, you don't want to, yeah, and you don't want to call anybody out without them knowing that you're going to talk about them and shit like that. So
Billy's an interesting guy, but if you talk about his life out of context, sometimes it sounds worse than he is, because he is a genuinely good guy and he's still a good friend to this day.
Yeah.
He's nuts, but he's a good friend to this day.
Were they, I assume they were all consistent, so there was no issues there.
No, it was a very typical powerlifting crew. It was basically a collection of misfits that found a way to, keep this in order, and it became really, really fucking good.
How did that work, keeping it in order? Because I'm trying to relate it to Dimerson, Westside, and how that was.
Well, it wasn't the same because Westside had Louis. So Westside had one single person who called the shots, whereas it wasn't really like that at Southside. And I don't think it's really like that in most crews.
Mm-hmm.
It's just sort of a bunch of wackos with this one similar interest, and everyone kind of just keeps it going for that.
But I assume you had designated squat, bench.
Oh yeah. It was there was designated times. So it was like, Sunday morning was squat day, and Friday was bench night, and it had the typical. It really followed the Westside split.
Mm-hmm.
That was the template that was being used at the time. It was really that was really just ported over. So it ran the same way in terms of the training. It was just a little different because there wasn't like a clear leader.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, probably the closest thing was really Billy, because he was the strongest.
Yeah.
And he was the one he was the one who got, really informed about the training and kind of took a bunch of guys under his wing, but it wasn't like his club.
Now, when you were coming up to Westside to learn from Louis, how did you go about processing that information?
So what we did was we go to, so here's how it worked in the old days with the Westside visits when you were there.
Mm-hmm.
So it was always breakfast with Louis
mm-hmm.
at TJ's. And he would just tell you whatever the fuck was on his mind about training. Just
mm-hmm.
It was basically just an info dump for breakfast. And you're trying to make sense of it. Usually not.
Yeah.
And then you go to the gym and then you train. And then we'd have lunch with you,
mm-hmm.
and you could tell us what Louis was talking about. Because we would come to you with all the, okay, he really meant this. Okay, don't do this because we haven't really tried it. He's just thinking about this. This worked okay. So that's kind of how we would do it. So we would get like the info dump from Louis, and then kind of, you would sort of decode it for us.
Mm-hmm.
Then we go back and just sort of practice that. Then we come out again, do what he told us to do the last time. He goes, no, don't do that shit. That don't work. And then he just teaches the whole new thing.
Yeah.
So it was a lot like that.
For me at that time, what was interesting was, because it would be, you guys would come out, there would be multiple groups that would come out.
Oh yeah.
Then they would take that information, then they go back, and then they were able to process it the way that they wanted to process it.
Yeah.
Like Paul Childress was doing like his thing.
Yeah.
You guys were doing your thing. And then you didn't have like Louis over your shoulder trying to like drop a bomb on what you were trying to process.
Right.
So then we're looking at all the people that are using it.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Like, how did this work?
And that was kind of the genius of Louis, is like he didn't just use his own guys as testers, but he was kind of using a good chunk of the sport as testers.
Yes.
Because he would talk to all these different guys from all these different crews, and then they'd come back to their crews with like the gospel from Lou, and everyone would just start implementing that. And then he could kind of look nationally really and just see kind of who was standing.
Trends.
So what did these guys do with this? What did those guys do with this? So we all kind of became this one sort of like collective consciousness for training.
Yes.
And it all kind of like went back to Lou.
It did.
And you to a large extent.
It did. I mean, it worked out because you guys were able to do things in longer runs.
Exactly. Yeah. Because Louis' mind works so quickly. Like he'd only give everything maybe a few weeks, a month, but like we could give it entire training cycles.
Mm-hmm. With what was the best on that climb, right? So let's just call it that climb. What was the best change that you made during that initial climb to the Nationals as far as the programming and putting it together for yourself? For instance, I'll give examples like 3-week waves, 5-week waves, or was it longer waves that you were running for the squat? Before, not even gear excluded because it wasn't that big of a variable at that time. It was just the training and the waves and the percentages and all that other kind of stuff. That's where you guys had a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah.
Because you were able to manipulate that a little bit better.
Yeah. One thing we had a lot of success with, and I've seen this and I've seen you talk about this, we're really hung up on the 7-day training week. Something Rocco and I found was really effective was taking that traditional 4-day Westside template and stretching it out over 10.
How did that work with a crew though?
Just everybody has to be on board, and that's the one challenge.
Yeah.
Since it was just Rocco and I, we just decided that's what we wanted to do. It wasn't really a big thing, but because he was a master's lifter at the time, he was over 40. I was much younger but clean. We found that it helps us recover a lot easier if we just spread it out over 10 days. So if it was, basically bench squat, you do bench on Monday, squat on Wednesday, or a squat on Monday, bench on Wednesday, squat on Friday, then start speed bench, the second bench workout on Monday. So rather than doing the 4 days within the week, we would just stretch it out over 10 days. And then, the Monday from week 1 would be like the Wednesday week 2.
Yeah. Okay. So the weekends basically were just off.
Yeah.
So the same rotation.
Yeah. If one thing jumps out at me, that was one thing that was really effective during that time. Because what actually was, we were starting to run ourselves into the ground.
Yeah.
And plus Rocco was, busy. He was, worked in the financial institute. I was, working in the gym all day. So we wouldn't even start training until 5, 6, 7 at night.
Yes.
So we're already working a full day. We're already a little bit tired. And then we just beat ourselves in the ground because we got that novice enthusiasm going. So we found that splitting it out over 10 days really helped us recover. And that was a big bump in progress for both of us.
What about percentages?
We pretty much stuck to what you guys are doing. We pretty much stuck to the waves. We kept speed bench around 50%. We'd wave the squat between maybe 50 and 60 over the 3 weeks. We used way too much band tension, just like most people at the time were.
Yeah. Now that, does that percent off the shirt bench or your raw bench?
At the time, it was a percent off the raw bench, but shirts weren't helping all that much. We were getting 50 or 60 out of a shirt back then.
Yeah. That's where, as things move forward, in that conjugate world, I think that's where things started to get a little whacked with the percentages, is because it was based on a shirt bench, but then the shirt carryover.
After a while, it just becomes by feel. You just go by how the set looks. You really can't pay too much attention to the weight, because what I found especially, and for a lot of my career, I didn't even keep a log. Because what I found was I would, if I knew what the PR was, I would do whatever I could to break the PR.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes that means kind of corrupting the lift a little bit. So the lift doesn't really become as good of a training tool because I'm too concerned with breaking the PR on that lift. Whereas if I took a step back and stopped really focusing on the PRs and just focus on the quality of work, I'd get a lot better. So there was a point where I really wasn't paying too much attention to training weights. I'd pay much more attention just to how it looked.
So now are you speaking max effort, or are you speaking
both?
Both.
Yeah.
So then how often were you working up on the speed work?
God, back then we tended to work up a little bit, maybe do a speed check at the end of each workout, maybe throw a quarter on, maybe throw a plate on if you're feeling great, and give it a ride. But it was, pretty much sticking to percentages for most of it until, like I said, until the gear started fucking with the percentages so much that made it difficult.
So did your bench stay that flat 50%? Because that would seem typical that whatever your speed
usually, you maybe I'd wave it up within the workout a little bit, maybe end up 20 pounds. Heavier if I could keep the speed up, but bench really became more of a feel, more by look, just because it was getting so far from the shirted maxes, and we didn't really train raw that much, so the raw max isn't a great indicator either.
Mm-hmm. But the feel is a big thing that I think that even those people that are using conjugate now need to understand what you're talking about.
Yeah,
because I would always use that flat wave, but then you'd have those sets afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not always maxing out, but you're kind of working up enough to kind of know where you could be. Yeah.
And I think that's the real nuance that beginners struggle with. That's why I never recommend, a Westside type template to, and I, conjugate and Westside are not the same thing.
Not at all.
I recognize the difference.
Yeah.
I can use the shorthand because that's what people are familiar with. And I do mean like that old Westside template specifically. Yes. I rarely recommend that to beginners. I think you need to be at least intermediate in order to just have that that intuition
Mm-hmm.
in order to really follow it properly, because you practice the meat lifts so rarely on it. You have to be really good at connecting the dots, and I think that's where the disconnect is for a lot of lifters. They're not able to make that training apply to the meat.
I agree. I don't think they also are able to make the intent apply to the heavier weights.
Yeah. And the box squat is the best example.
Yes.
Because again, and this is what you see when you stray too much from like someone like Louis or an experienced coach. Again, people start, the form of the box squat starts getting a little bit corrupted because they're trying to break PRs on the box, but they're not doing it in a way that's going to necessarily carry over to their free squat. It basically becomes a free squat that gets stopped by a box. And it should be a much, much different lift.
Or in a lot of cases, it is a much different lift because their free squat isn't the same as their technique on a box, which was one of the big things I noticed over the years of doing the seminars. Was, it's obviously there's not going to be a carryover if your box squat is feet all the way out to the ends of the racks and you're sitting way back, but then you squat, medium stance sitting down more, and vice versa, as well.
Yeah. And the box squat doesn't have to look like the free squat. It really shouldn't, because in a lot of ways it's an exaggeration of the free squat. Like you're exaggerating sitting back, you're exaggerating driving, you're exaggerating all these cues so that when you do pull the box, it kind of comes together. But again, when you're only focused on the box squat, it doesn't do that as effectively.
Yes. And that was the one thing with all of you guys, you were able to implement and figure out in different ways. We weren't able to pull a box out. We might have been able to if it didn't weigh 300 fucking pounds. Like it was almost glued to the floor.
Yeah.
So it was always kind of there. So it became this, for us, I guess it worked out because the form was always exactly the same, but the gears were, at that time we fell short because we weren't using the gear. Right. You go to a meet and be fucked, there
was a much different philosophy towards gear.
Yes.
I don't think multiply really became multiply until the early 2000s.
I would agree.
Now, what I mean by that is, for those out there, we had multiply gear since early 90s. When multiply really started. But multiply gear was basically just double ply, single ply gear. It was the same exact shit, just with another ply. And then you had the rudimentary canvases, which were basically kind of like that diapery thing. The legs weren't really there. And but for a very long time, the technique was very similar. And when you put your bench shirt on, the old blast shirt, it didn't really change your technique all that much. It was just giving you a little bit out of the bottom in exchange for a lot of fucking pain.
A lot of pain.
Oh,
yeah.
It was like wire, like cutting into your triceps.
There were many times
because it was forming those creases, and but essentially it was the same lift. It really didn't become a different sport, I think, until the technique started changing around the gear.
And it kind of had to, though, because the gear changed too.
Yeah. And as we got better at it, the gear would become more and more extreme, and then we got to sort of incrementally improve our technique. So there was never really a clear break from raw to single to multi. But over time, as the gear got more and more extreme, the technique got more and more unique to it. So there was a point where it just completely broke off.
Yes.
Like the initial gear was sort of like comparing a high jump to like a jump on a trampoline, where it was just aiding this. It basically was similar mechanics, just aiding you. But then it became comparing like a high jump to a pole vault.
And that's where you came in, you kind of came in right at that transition time.
Yeah. So, the high jump pole vault comparison used a lot because it's essentially the same skill, jumping over a pole, but rather than a trampoline, which just assists in the same mechanics, a pole vault is something completely different. Yeah. And the best high jumpers and the best pole vaulters are sort of equal in terms of athletes, but they can't each do what the other does because the techniques are so different.
Now, in your crews that you were with during that time, was there locked in bias against using the gear in training? And
initially, yeah. Initially we were kind of there too. Like we wouldn't ever think of like doing a free squat in full gear or right around mid 2000s. I started doing a lot more like real meat style squatting and benching in the gym. And it got to a point where there was one program I wrote called the Eastside squat style, or the Eastside squat cycle. That's right. And it was actually John Bott that wrote it up. And what that did was that actually had us squatting every 4 to 5 weeks in the gym as a tester, really, not so much as a max effort movement. We'd plug it in as a max effort movement, but it was really there as like a form check just because there was no way to get around it anymore.
Yeah. That's my time at Westside, there was that locked in bias.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it was like, what do you, maybe we'd put a bench shirt on, maybe.
Because the philosophy then was that the gear was just something that helped you with the same lift.
Yeah, like knee wraps.
Right. And I think a lot of it is, you saw a really sharp change when the Metal Militia guys got really involved in the bench shirt. Because at least for that lift, that's where it just became something totally different.
Yeah.
And that's where we realized, oh, this isn't something that helps this lift. This is just a different lift.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's when the training got much more around the gear itself.
And Ernie was kind of doing that on the other end with the squat suits with the people he was working with.
Mm-hmm.
So it's my time. I'm seeing these things going on, right? Yeah. And Chuck as well. I mean, a lot of us are like seeing these things going on.
Oh, sure.
And we're like, fuck. I mean, you go to a meet and you're stronger, but you're getting waxed.
Because Louis was a strength guy at the heart of it. Like he was more of a pure performance guy. So he's always thinking of the science behind getting the lifts better from a strength perspective. Like that's just how his mind worked. Whereas other guys were much more technically minded and were able to kind of bake that into the training, and that's why they started pulling away.
Yes, and it was. I remember Wendler did it wasn't really seminars with Crawford. It was like just training days.
Yeah, it was because I went to a few of those because I was in New York, so it was like 3-4 hour drive.
Yeah.
So he would basically host training weekends where it wasn't really a formal seminar, like he wasn't going up to like a dry race board and charting shit. We just go in and train, but man, you learned a lot from those training sessions.
Oh, Jim called me from the one, and he had his bench was under mine at the time, so I had a 610, and he called and he told me he just did 675 for a double.
Yeah.
And I swear to God, he's fucking with me.
Yeah.
Then he's like giving other people the phone. And I'm like, all these guys now, they're all in on it.
Yeah.
They're all fucking with me. And then he came back and I saw it. I'm like, what the? Now I'm mad. Right. I mean, you're excited, but you're mad. But then you're like, well, how do we do this? Like, how do we train this, but still do all this other stuff? This is where the complexity of the gear.
Yeah.
This is where I loved it, but now I'm essentially done.
Yeah.
Right. So it's like, fuck, because I didn't have to worry about it that much. I just had to worry about it and other people I was trying to help. Like, how do you now work this skill and still do this other stuff?
Well, that's the thing. You're trying to serve two masters.
Yeah.
The best guys were the ones that were able to look at those geared lifts as their own unique skills and just train solely for that. So even anything raw that we were like, I never cared about my raw bench.
Yeah.
Never cared about my raw squat. Didn't matter. Like it was, I mean, for me, after a while, the raw lifts were maybe a special exercise for the geared lifts and not even that good of a special exercise.
Yes.
Because the feedback loop is so different. That was really where multiply became its own thing when the training became solely, when we really recognized that the training was solely for multiply lifts. It was no longer the bench squat and deadlift. It was a multiply bench squat and deadlift. Totally different.
So as your training evolved during this time period, what dropped? Did the speed work drop?
Especially for bench, speed work definitely dropped just because my shoulders couldn't take it after a while.
Yeah.
And I didn't see the point because I was never limited by speed. I was limited by technique and strength.
Yes. So then how did you go about implementing the shirt work?
So I actually wrote up the cycle, and I have it in the book and I have it in a few other places. What I did was I would shirt up every 2 weeks. Every week was a little too much. That was a little too much to recover from, but I could recover really well from using the shirt every other week. So let's say week 1 would be a board press. Okay. So I'm just trying to get weight in my hands. Week 2 would be some sort of raw special exercise, board press, floor press, one of the traditional ones, maybe accommodating, maybe not, depending on what I was doing. The next week 3 would be a full range shirt bench. Week 1 would usually be a board press in a shirt. So a shirted board press to get a lot of weight in my hands. Then a raw special exercise, then a full range geared lift for technique. And then usually another, raw special exercise or deload if I needed it.
Now in that 3rd week,
Mhm.
Are you forcing yourself to touch as well as working up, or
Yes.
are you just
Yeah, it was more about the touch.
Yes.
So the shirted board work in week 1, that was more for overload to get a ton of weight in my hands. Week 2 was more of a muscular strength week because it was raw. And then, that week 3 was really more of a technique day. And because the weights are heavy, it's also kind of max effort day. Like you're still getting some stimulation from it. But really, it was more about cleaning that technique up as much as possible.
Now, from learning from Crawford, were you pre-fatiguing before you really started doing the shirt work?
No, I wasn't.
So you're just putting the shirt straight on?
Yeah, just warming up to, 2-3 plates, whatever it was, and then throwing the shirt on.
Triples?
Initially, yes, not later in my career. Because again, I didn't struggle with the pace of the lift. Like the triples were to build that real bulldog endurance during the lift, so that you don't just bail on a slow lift.
Yeah.
But I wasn't really struggling with that, so I didn't keep the triples in very long. I did them when I was working with Crawford more, and I was going up there a lot more, and they did help at the time. But I dropped those as I got stronger.
So I was always wondering if
they were very good for building technique. And I think it did build my technique initially very much. I just didn't need it as much as I got more advanced.
I mean, I'm thinking way back, but I think if I remember correctly, some of the protocols with that were you would there was a lot of shit you did before you tried to touch.
Yeah.
I can't remember if it was board work raw or if it was shirt work off boards to kind of.
They never did shirt work off boards.
Okay, so that's what it was.
And they did more of like a dumping style on the board. So you'd kind of like bring it down fast, let it really settle to the point that there was almost no muscular tension, then heave it up.
I remember the one cycle that I did it because it was the last training cycle I ever did. I was trying to bench 7, which Louis was completely against. So we had to do it at my place. So a whole different story with that.
Because it wasn't his idea.
Well, it was, I was basically done anyhow. So I knew my shoulder was over.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So I couldn't squat. So if this is fucked, it's fucked. I'm just going to completely destroy it, but I'm going to do it without leaving a doubt in my mind that I could have done this other thing. And funny story with this. Because,
it's kind of how my last training cycle went. But.
Yes. So it was just Jim, myself, Todd Brock, and a couple other people in my place on Main Street. And it was a lot of work before you would touch, but I remember as you would bring it, my triceps were hosed.
Yeah.
So it would come down easier.
Because you'd usually use triples all the way up.
Yeah.
And the philosophy behind the triples, if I remember correctly, because I don't want to misquote anybody, or at least what I got from it was triples allowed, because of the fatigue with triples, it allowed you to practice max weight form with a sub-max lift.
Yes.
So let's say you're 600 bencher. If you're trying to triple with 500, you are fucking done by that third rep, and you're going to make the same mistakes that you would make on the 600 bench.
Yes.
That was a big part of the philosophy. So you could get that technique work without quite as much overload.
Yeah. Before I did this, I remember I did a max effort lift of a 525 on a half board raw because I wanted to know where my raw strength was. And then whatever this 4 or 5 month period was training for this bench meet, I wanted to test it afterwards to know where it went. Right. And Louis knows we're doing this because I'm still in the gym on the other days.
Yeah.
And the whole time is just telling me all this positive reinforcement I was getting, tell me it doesn't work. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. Right. Yeah. And so I go to the meet and I open with a PR, which is 620. And I'm this far from touching and just ram it back up. I'm happy as fuck. Right. Because it was easy. I didn't touch, but
there are some misses where you just know it wasn't a strength issue.
Yeah.
And and you see that it worked. You just couldn't quite get it to connect on that lift.
It was fucking easy. Yeah. So then I went to 7 for my second, and it was an inch away and pressed it up easy. Obviously no lift because I didn't. The whole time Louis like sitting right in the front row. I told you I told you when. I'm like, motherfucker, So then the third, I actually touch it, press it up, clip the J cup on my right arm, and press the J cup out of the rack. Right. It's obviously a bad lift. But to me, I'm like, I fucking did
you handled it. Right.
I did that. Literally.
Like I said, there's certain lifts that it just sort of satisfies the curiosity of whether or not you can do it enough that, okay, I get it. I don't really need to do it.
So then after the meet, Louis gives me the lecture on how it didn't work.
Right.
And I'm like, did you not see right? And like I told you, it wasn't going to work.
It's like you just threw a shot 75 feet, but you're toeing over the line a little bit. Like, yeah, I still kind of did it.
Yeah. Meanwhile, JL's now benching 800 and everybody else is like benching these big numbers. And 2 weeks later, whenever shit didn't hurt, I kind of recovered a little bit. I went back to that half board and I missed the 455. And then then it kind of hit me that this shirt lift isn't the same thing as the raw lift. These are two different movements entirely. The strength required for both is entirely different.
Oh yeah.
With that. And that was just the evolution of the gear. Because meanwhile, I'm like, if I only would have known this 5 years ahead of time, but nobody did outside of maybe Crawford, Reschleck, and maybe a few others that kind of were early on that adoption curve.
So in a weird way, I think the progression of multiply is what sort of kind of led to its death around 2010. Remember? Because our generation, we're kind of different ends of the same generation, right? Yeah. Like, because I was kind of coming in as you were coming out, but we overlapped for about 5 years. The way we came into it, we got to progress with the gear. Right. So even when multiply was already a thing when I was in, but it was like closed back denim. Like it was pretty much the same shit, just tougher material, and equally horrible groove. So as we got stronger and we got more technically proficient, the gear was getting more and more extreme. So we progressed at the same rate as the gear did. So there was very little of that shock in going from like a 300 raw bench to a 600 shirt bench. Like the sports were very we got to witness the sports kind of pull apart, and we kind of chose the path that we were going down. Whereas now it's a much bigger choice whether you're going to go raw or multiply. And it's now the skill set is up here. The equipment is super advanced, super expensive. Whereas we never really had to face that choice. We just kind of rolled with the sport. And I think for people who were coming in at that like 2010 time period, it's just a whole lot more barrier to entry.
Price wise, training wise.
That wasn't there. That wasn't there for us.
Yes.
And so everyone's trying to think, oh, the CrossFit killed it. The internet killed it. Raw killed it. I think it was just a much different progression, and it's just a much bigger jump for anyone that's, remotely interested in multiply. Yeah.
Well, the gear during that time period too was evolving too, because the lifters were providing feedback to manufacturers, which were then changing, because you were probably right when you came in is when the shirts were a nightmare. Yeah. The denim things were just a train wreck.
Yeah.
And getting a fit for them was a train wreck. It was just...
Oh, guys would have 3 different shirts for 3 attempts.
Yeah.
Because they also hadn't really learned how to manipulate the same shirt yet. You just kind of threw it on and went. But okay, that shirt's not enough for this lift, so I got to put a whole nother shirt on with a whole nother groove.
Yes.
The craziest example that I ever saw, and you probably remember this, it was, I think, the 2001 Arnold. It was the one where Rob Fusner tore his back. I was backstage there with zero right to be, but I had my Westside shirt on, so that worked. So that worked. They probably figured I was somebody's son. And I saw Rob Fusner take a denim bench shirt out of the shipping bag from Inzer, cut the back open, put it on, and go out and it didn't work because he tore his pec. Yeah. But that was the philosophy that generation had towards gear.
Yeah, some of them though. Some of the other ones, like Bill, you'd watch him. I'd watch him during the Arnold, and
he was super methodical about everything.
It's like a fucking contortionist.
Yeah, he was super, super methodical. But again, like Rob was sort of like the kind of the tail end of that generation that just threw it on and went. It's something totally different.
Yeah, that's when things started to really, at least at Westside, things really started to become, I don't want to say it changed, it became conflicted. Right. Because a lot of the guys knew they were stronger, because you'd watch, like Bill had this unique ability that he could get the bar halfway, 3/4 of the way up, and then contortion himself under the bar and be locked out.
Oh yeah. I could do that too.
Yeah. Which is like, you're watching it like, what the hell just happened?
Oh yeah. I could get a bar from here to locked out without actually moving the bar.
Yes. Yeah. And that's where we're like, there's only one way you can learn how to do that.
And Bill was legitimately strong.
No, he was strong.
He was legitimately strong in and out of the shirt. But yeah, he was just the one that kind of leveled that whole thing up in large part. But I think that is what again, that progression is what made it so difficult for people to get into multiply starting around that 210. I think that's what really, because we all started, our generation started dying off and retiring out, and there just wasn't that influx of people to replace them, because in our generation, multiply just was kind of part of the progression. If you weren't going IPF, and even IPF was single ply. So gear was it was just a given that you were going to be in gear. But as multiply got more and more extreme, that sort of grassroots raw level started getting big. And then once they had like legitimate stars that they could aspire to be, more of them went there because it was just less prohibitive.
Yes. Well, then there's the cost of the gear too.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Everything.
That just skyrocketed.
The cost, the skill, you need a crew. Like there was a lot of barrier to entry to multiply that wasn't really there so much for us.
What you had one of the, if you want to say a carryover, you had a bench carryover. I forget what you told me the one time, but it was like
it was knocking on 100%.
Yeah, it was like 300.
I always talk about bench carryovers more in terms of percentage than actual carryover.
Yeah,
because a lightweight bencher can be much better than a super heavy bencher, but not get as much of a pound carryover. So there are a lot of guys getting 300 pounds of carryover, but not a lot were getting it with a 300-pound bench like I was.
So you were still in it when the gear. It hasn't changed a lot since the time that you exited or retired. I would say it hasn't changed at all since that time.
No, because the band shirts were around. I wasn't in them, but they were already there.
Well, they weren't even used, right? So is that what you mean by band shirt? You mean the band shirts of today?
Yeah, when I retired out, they were just sort of coming in.
Yeah. So that, that's a different conversation, which we'll get into. But set that aside for a second.
But yeah, like the Phenoms and Leviathans. Well, yeah, that was
overkill, the material. So it started to move back into more poly instead of the denim, which they were cut better. Everything worked a little bit better.
Yeah, that was in large part to Gene Richlack. He's the one who really kind of figured out the Phenom. I never really benched well in the Phenom. I did much better in the Rage because it just fit my style better.
Yeah.
But he was the one really figuring, him and Jim Parrish, to give credit where it's due, they were really the ones that, kind of figured out how to manipulate that Phenom. Because before that, we were mostly looking at stopping power of shirts, where as the poly got more advanced, the elasticity became much more back into the mix. So we started with the blast shirts because they were basically just elastic, or as elastic as that material could get. The bench shirts became more of a stopping power thing. And actually, Bill once told me a single ply denim shirt would actually be better if the risk of blowing out wasn't so high, because you got a little bit more elasticity out of the single.
Yeah.
But just the material wouldn't hold up.
My best bench was outside of that 700 thing. It was a single ply carrot.
Yeah. If it held together, it would actually give you a little bit more rebound. Once people started really figuring out how to bench well in the new multiply polys, that's when it really leveled up again.
It seemed to be that when the shirts began to provide the support pushing up through the triceps is when things changed.
Yeah.
And that a lot of that was the open back.
Yeah, because the old style was we kind of heave it off our chest and then your triceps sort of take over. So you'd see a lot of guys come rocketing off the chest and sort of have that little struggle move and then sort of get under it. Whereas the poly shirts allowed us to get much more consistent support throughout the whole lift.
I think George did that a lot, where he almost went into like a crunch sit-up position at the bottom, where Louis had some people actually bring their shoulder blades off. The bench, which was ridiculous to me. I couldn't wrap my head around. That's where my exercise science background kind of was like screaming red lights. Yeah, like this is not good. So
the whole head lift thing. There was a little bit of a bad message there, I think, for a lot of people, because a lot of people started doing that automatically. Well, that was really more something you do kind of as needed. Yeah. So like I was always try to keep my head back, and then if I needed a little bit, I'd kind of do a little bit of that and then get there. But really, you didn't want to do that unless you absolutely had to, for the same reason. It wasn't putting you in, it was putting you in a great position to lower the bar, but not so good a position to push it back up.
Yeah.
So, I would kind of just keep my head back. And then if I needed a little bit, then I'd start to let it pop to touch and then slam it back and go.
See, that's some of the shit. I mean, we're not even in the squat yet, but that's some of the shit I loved about fucking gear, though.
Yeah.
Because
it's a chess match.
Well, yeah. Not only that, but you're in this bottom position, which is the most uncomfortable position, the highest blood pressure. Your brain's thinking, oh, fuck. Yeah. But you have to change your brain to be able to relax, to think. Like, okay, I'm stuck. What do I need to do to get unstuck.
Yeah.
And then think your way through it, where that's a skill in itself, because that's being able to think under chaos.
Yeah.
And a lot of people couldn't do that because they're just down there, and in their brain, they're just screaming, they're not processing. You could see the skill.
What I love about Multiply, and we have a weird sort of identity crisis with Multiply, because we all want the most carryover, but we never want to admit how much carryover we're getting.
Yeah. It didn't do shit.
No. But we're always paying more and more money for better and better gear.
Yeah.
What I love about Multiply is, more than any other strength sport, what the gear does is it really kind of opens up that top level to whoever really wants it more.
I can see that.
Like, we talk about it as just one more competitive element, and it is. But what it's really doing, and I think the reason I gravitated so much towards it, is because, you can get really, really good if you're just willing to put the work in, even if you don't really have that genetic base for it.
That's what I loved about it.
Yeah.
Because you could be.
Yeah. It really opens up to just who fucking wants it more, and just who's really willing to work for it.
I have said, and I'll continue to say, that it made it, in my opinion, more of a sport. Because in any sport activity, if it's football, rugby, soccer, whatever, you have genetic outliers. Then you have the people that can still compete with them because their skills are better.
Yeah.
Where in powerlifting, you'd have the genetic outliers that if it's raw and you're raw, you're just kind of fucked.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, you can work technique and stuff like that, make up some ground, but you're still fucked.
Yeah.
You put this crazy ass gear on them to where now their brain is in this chaos situation where you can deal with it, but they can't.
Yeah.
I guess there's a genetic component there too, but it's still a trained skill component.
Yeah, but I mean, listen, you were there in the early. I don't think anybody could look at me at those early points and Chris, oh man, this guy's going to be a fucking freak.
Yeah,
like it just wasn't that just wasn't my makeup. But man, I got way further than I ever should have.
Yeah, well,
in a strength sport.
Well, your ability to deal with that, right?
Yeah.
The squat is another example where I've explained this several times, because this was happening when I was still competing, because the canvas came in and that changed the blood pressure at the bottom. I can remember going down and, your peripheral vision just, it just
starts blurring. And
then at a certain point you start seeing speckles. Like a little gold star, whatever it is.
Yeah,
like,
that's death.
Yeah, then it starts to get black, and you're just like, I hope to hell they call me up before I pass out.
You gotta be willing to die in that hole.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just the way it is.
And it's my one frustration where I've seen a lot of meets go multiply is that kind of got taken away because the hole is no longer the hole, So but I don't know, right? Because I'm not doing it. I don't know, is that still happening, even if they're squatting higher than they were before?
Well, I think it all kind of levels up to where you just hit that point of that maximal pressure. Like, I don't think it matters if you're 2 inches up or right there in terms of the pressure, because basically you're just wearing a tighter suit that's kicking in earlier. So I think that feeling is
I can see
kind
that.
of the same.
Because that, to me, that was the difference maker, is like, who's got the balls to be able to go down and almost pass out before you have to come back up again?
Who really wants it more?
Exactly. And so then after that, you'd have to go do it again in the bench.
Yeah.
Then the deadlift, it was like, thank God I don't have to deal with this shit.
Oh, the deadlift is just a bench handoff that goes nowhere. Fuck the deadlift. Like, you spend all that time training to be able to pull 700, and then you're not going to hand it off to. No,
I've never heard it explained that way, but I like that. I definitely like that. So as you were coming through in the competing, what outside of your last meet, what are some of the meets that you remember the most?
2004 seniors was definitely the biggest one up to that point. That's when I was training with Southside. So it was cool to go up with a crew of good lifters. I did that one with Billy. And that was my first elite total. Back when elite totals actually kind of meant something. They don't now. It's irrelevant. But that was the biggest kind of level up I had. And it was in a relatively short period of time. That was actually a good year. So I only trained at Southside for about a year because I was only working at that job for a year. But in that year, I won junior and senior nationals back to back. So I did juniors to qualify for seniors. Won my class at both. And that was my first elite total. And that was where I really felt like I'd actually kind of become what I was kind of setting out to become.
So your confidence then changed.
Oh, big time. Because, it was a huge meet. Everybody at the time knew seniors. I won my class at it. Got my first elite total. That was the first time I was actually like a big meet that I felt like I really, belonged at.
Yeah. Then how did that change your training moving forward? Because your standards changed at that point.
Yeah. Well, what really changed, it's hard to say because I moved from Connecticut back to New Jersey shortly after that. So a lot of it changed just because I was training a different crew. So I wound up training at Skiba's gym in Carteret for a couple of years there. Mm-hmm. And he's still doing it.
Still got the socks up?
Still got the socks up. I don't know if he still has the old singlet, but
if he's still got the socks up,
he's still doing the socks. Him. Yeah. I hope he sees this too. He's still a good friend of this day.
No, that's one of the first seminars I did. We'll continue. I got a story.
Crawford did a seminar there too that I went to. Yeah. That was back when it was a garage.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So I trained there for a couple of years, and because that was a little bit more self-directed. So whereas Southside, I was in much more of a crew, whereas Skiba's, it wasn't as rigidly structured. And because I think at the time I was the highest ranked lifter there. So people tended to kind of follow what I was doing a little bit more.
So when I did the seminar there,
and then actually wound like really good people went like Sean Latimer wound up training there for a while. Joe Alteranzo wound up. So he had so he had some really good lifters kind of cycle in and out of that place.
When I went out there to do the seminar, it was in the garage, but then I think he was in the process of like the basement thing or whatever the gym was. It
actually became a storefront. It became a storefront for a while. Yeah, there might have been some, but I think it went from the house to the storefront. There might have been a place in between, but I had been to the house once for a seminar, then I trained at the storefront.
Yeah, I had some interesting places I did seminars, and his was one of them because there was so much equipment in there.
Yeah.
And the day before, he had to move like 3/4 of it into the driveway. And a couple of things I remember, the socks I cannot forget, right? And it wasn't just the socks. It was like the socks, like a tank top.
Yep.
And then we went out to eat somewhere.
Tucked into the gym shorts.
Yes. Yeah. And the shorts pulled high. Mm-hmm. Right. And we're out to eat somewhere. And it was an outdoor patio. It wasn't even that. It was like a table on the street on the sidewalk. Mm-hmm. And I'm sitting there with the dude and I'm thinking to myself, this is a weird looking dude. Then I'm like looking at myself and I'm like, I don't think I'm that much better.
No, he kind of fits in better than.
Yeah. And I'm like, this is two weird fuckers sitting here right now eating this thing or eating. And then.
But that's the best part of the sport. Looking around going, look at all these crazy motherfuckers. And I'm like, wait, I'm here too.
Yeah. And he had a decent number. I mean, he had a decent number of lifters.
He did.
I was a different person back then too. He knew me back then as well. But I remember walking in there. The first thing I said is because he had like trophies all over.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, get rid of these fucking things. Yeah. Like you need to get rid of all this shit, and quit living in the past because you can be stronger than you are right now.
And he did get stronger.
He did
after that.
He did. And it was what was he teaching? He was teaching media. Right. So
I taught a media class at Carter High School. Yeah.
I did the lecture part in the classroom, and it was the first time I had like the PowerPoint on like a real projector instead of like a flip chart.
Yeah.
With misspelled words and shit. And that was a good time. That was an interesting time. And then to see how everybody, progresses over that because he moved to that gym. So you went from there, you went to ski. Were you in John Bott's basement at any point?
That's where I went after that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you've been in a few different places, which are kind of legendary.
I've been lucky.
Folklore, powerlifting stories.
I've been really lucky. I had a lot of great mentors in the sport.
So it was like you, John, Paper.
Yep.
And I'm forgetting somebody.
Chris Del Piore was another one. John Palameni was there.
Yes.
Jersey Jackal.
Yeah. Oh, God.
God, Damon Bird, Anthony DiTillo, who was actually the son. I remember Anthony DiTillo from the old Milo days. Mm-hmm. He wrote a lot of. He was actually an early pioneer of rack work. Wrote a lot of articles on bulking. He was like 5'6", 300 pounds. Just he had like a mono trap. Like his trap was just like it was like a U so big. So I wound up training with his son for men, who became a very good powerlifter himself.
Were you training with John when he came back from his knee?
No, I knew John during that. I didn't. That was pretty early. I think I started training with him 5 or 6 years after that because I started training with him in like 2008.
Yeah.
Because I liked training at Skiba's, but I knew I needed more technical work. And John just had such a great fucking mind for technique and programming.
Yeah.
He was a great mentor for me. I miss this shit out of John.
Yeah.
He's doing well. He lost a lot of weight. Looks good. But
he had a hip replacement too, didn't he?
Yeah. Well, I think a heart condition like kind of showed up with the hip replacement.
Mhm.
So he got his health back in check and looks good.
Good.
So.
And so paper was the driver of the intensity.
For a while, yeah. Heart and balls.
I forgot about that.
Yeah. He was the Turk.
After, where did you go after that? After John, then?
Oh God.
So where were you training right before 2020?
So right before 2020.
Yeah, 20. Is that right? 2020.
Hellbent. Yeah. Okay. So I did my last couple of years at Hellbent Barbell.
I know that, but where were you before that?
That was a club called. So after John retired, like we were still training in his basement for a while, and credit to the guy, he kept like just inviting us to his house every Sunday to train. But after a while, like some people filed out, and it was just a couple of us now, and so we needed like a little more of a crew. So we actually moved to a commercial gym in Edison, New Jersey called Apollon Gym. And that's a great kind of old school bodybuilding, powerlifting type place, like a lot of cool seminars. They're a little bit more entrenched in the bodybuilding, but they were always super accommodating on the powerlifting end for us. So like they had a monolift, like they bought your belt squat, like they bought some good stuff on our recommendation. And so I was there for, maybe 5 or so years. And it was a lot of guys who were at John's and then moved on. Justin Enos was another one, a real good deadlifter.
No, up until 2020, I can't remember. I'm sure I'm wrong. You had no major injuries, right?
Never.
What do you attribute that to?
I thought about it a lot over the last couple of days because I watched a bunch of these just so I can know when he's going to try and make me cry. I ain't going to try and make you cry. It'll probably happen on its own. But again, wow, they spend the first hour talking about injuries. Usually, I don't know what I'm going to have. But so I think,
well, that's like a powerlifter thing, right?
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
I think I became really good at auto regulation early, and I think one of the reasons was being a lightweight. Because if you remember the dynamics from a powerlifting group, guys are typically just on each other, just trying to beat everybody. But when you're a lightweight and it's pretty much a big guy sport, you very rarely have someone at your weight class, at your level in the gym. I tended to usually be the only one. So even though I'm getting the same positive benefits with being around stronger guys, and just kind of seeing weights, just crazy weights be done day after day, I'm not really getting into many pissing matches.
Yeah, I get that.
Because nobody really is going to take on the lightweight because there's no.
Well, they're going to lose, right? Because the only way they could do that is on formula.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So I've been the big guy, right? So it's formula.
It's just not right. It's just not gratifying, and there's not a whole lot of pressure on me to beat guys 50 or 100 pounds heavier than me. So I get to the benefit of being in that crew, but I'm not really getting pulled out of my lane as much as the guys in like the 220 to 275 group, because there's usually a lot more of them going at it. Usually if there's a lightweight in the gym, they're young. And as they get better, they're going to kind of, put on weight and get out of the class, or I stayed low. So I think just being that lightweight just allowed me to kind of navigate within that crew, but without getting kind of pulled out of my lane.
You've lived in two different worlds through your whole career. So this powerlifting meathead world, actually more worlds because you have a family and kids. So the meathead world, right? But professionally, you got the meathead world, but then you also operated and made your living in the fitness world. Do you think that helped a little bit with the auto regulation and injury prevention as well?
No.
Okay.
Honestly, I don't think I was as good of a trainer as I should have been. And I don't exactly do it now. We can talk about it a little later, but I think I was one of those guys that fell into training just because I want to spend more time at the gym.
Yeah.
But it always wound up being a little bit understimulating for me because it was always I just always kind of saw it as a watered down version of that, a watered down version of powerlifting. So I always, in retrospect, I kind of look at, and I think it was a decent trainer, but it wasn't as good as I could have been with my skill set, just because it just wasn't as stimulating as this was. And it was always kind of,
I'm going at it more from the education side, because while you were writing for us, you're also ghostwriting for other magazines and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So the education on that side is
powerlifting informed my fitness career much more than the other way around.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Much more than I don't think it really worked the other way around very much at all. I don't know if I got a whole lot from the commercial fitness industry that I couldn't have just gotten just as a powerlifter reading on it.
I would push back and say it probably made you a better coach, though, because in that world you have to take these powerlifting concepts and make
that
them
probably helped.
super
Yeah,
concise.
on the coaching end, I would say on the coaching end, they definitely helped each other.
Yeah.
On the training end for myself, I don't know they got a ton of it on the commercial side.
Yeah, because the writing part of it is because I did it for a little while.
Yeah,
I mean, just writing for that side.
Yeah,
is kind of like sticking a knife in your forehead.
My powerlifting articles were quite a few levels above my commercial fitness articles. Basically, what I did was, I assume this is still done, although video content is a lot more popular than writing now. But I wrote for what we call content farms. Yeah, and that was basically stuff I did in addition to training, or the couple times where I just solely did it, where you're just cranking out fitness articles like 5, 6 a day. Mm-hmm. Like these little 3-4 paragraph, 1 page, you just knock them out. It's just formulate. It's basically just rewriting the same articles over and over and over again. And then you just get paid a little bit for each article and you just kind of crank them out.
So that was just work.
That was just work.
Okay. All right. That makes sense. So you weren't trying to become.
Told you, I wasn't even using my real name.
Okay, I get it now, because we know people on that side.
Yeah,
that.
Yeah, I wasn't like Bob Amery coach. Like I didn't work for a magazine. He was working someplace where the quality actually mattered. For me, it was just kind of just kind of color by the numbers articles.
Yeah, just the extra money,
right? Which shows you how good those articles actually are, because it's even the people that know a lot aren't putting a ton into them.
Exactly. Well, but there are people that are on that side that build their careers on that
sure.
side.
Oh, and again, that's where I said I wasn't as good as I could have been.
Yeah.
Because I just never really took it that seriously. And just part of that town wide, I didn't really kind of know how to connect that.
Yes. When it's hard too, once you get past that superficial level of whatever that is, because then
it becomes a real job.
Yes.
It's something you really have to devote most of your energy to.
Mm-hmm. So now going into, I'm still leading up to this 2020 thing. And what was the best placement that you had in the WPO?
It was the first meet in 2018. That was sort of when they first brought the WPO back. That was when they were still doing the super classes. So it was lightweight, middleweight, heavyweight.
Was this at the fairgrounds or in the?
No, those were always XPC meets. This was in Orlando.
Okay.
Yeah, so that first meet was in Orlando, and I placed. I was runner up in the lightweight class.
Okay.
That was a good class too. That was my all-time PR 181. So I'd gotten bigger for a while. And then, as I saw my career winding down, I started losing weight because I knew I wasn't going to lose it after I retired. Just because.
I don't want to get there yet. So I want to get to the 242 days. So when did that come? So
there was a while. It was after the 2014 Arnold where I competed at 198, and I won my class there. I was starting to have some nagging back issues. So I decided to take a little time off from the bench and squat and then just take time off from the squat and the deadlift and then just focus on bench for a while. And so as I did that, it's maybe we'll pack on a little weight and see how that goes. Because there's nothing better for a bad back than putting on 50 pounds and wedging yourself to an arch every week.
Yeah.
So maybe it wasn't the best plan, but part of that was just kind of seeing how far I could push the bench. I'm
thinking back to some of the articles and training log posts that you made with the bloating.
Yeah.
And you're right under Descenzio with some of the bloats that you were able to pull off.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it's far under him because he
was also much bigger to begin with.
I know, but he took.
I still go by. It's kind of like bench. I go by more of the percentage.
Yeah.
So I was looking at my bloat more on coefficient.
Yeah. So at what point, because it's one of the articles you wrote was about a CPAP, which is actually probably one of the better articles I've ever read on the CPAP. Well, the pictures were amazing. So that also brings it up a lot, right? I can see it right now. And is the one you're laying on a pillow?
I was laying on the bed. So this was actually the day before one of the Arnold meets, one of the XPC meets.
Yeah.
I just weighed in. So my process for putting weight on was not good to look at.
Yeah.
It was just me holed up my hotel room with just every junk food you can imagine. And of course, I'd need a nap in the middle of it because I get tired from just shoving food in my face. And I couldn't sleep much the night before weighing because I was,
So how much did you, what did you compete at on that day?
I was competing at 198. I probably weighed about 15 or so pounds more.
Okay. So after that.
Yeah. So it was putting the weight back on from that. And so I'm on the bed. I just have like gym shorts on. I have one hand on my pants I have my hand in my waistband like Al Bundy, and the CPAP on, just laying there. Like just not a hint of visible muscle, just at all. I'm just like.
At that time, how did you reconstitute your weight going back up at that time?
Okay, so here's what I did. So after the weigh-in, very first thing I did was I would try to keep the first few hours to liquids only. Because
IVs?
Towards the end, I did IVs later on,
but not this at this time.
Not that specific one, but that did become part of it later. It was usually like a water Pedialyte mix. And I know you're getting to this because fucking Murph came on and talked about it, but pickle juice was a big part of it.
Yeah.
So I'd like empty pickle juice into water bottles and just drink that because it has a huge sodium content. But usually it was water and Pedialyte first, because you don't want too much sugar and sodium stuff hitting your gut at one time, because you fasted for 24 hours. So that can, make you a little bit sick. So I try to keep those first couple hours on water and Pedialyte alone. And then you gradually do more like, pretzels and I try to keep it to lower fat carbs first, because again, I want to keep that absorption fast. And then as that weight started to come back on, then you start, doing more like real food. Well, quote unquote real food. Like I'd always bring like ramen for the hotel room and
when did the first real meal happen? That night?
Maybe about 5-6 hours after. So I'd be ready for real food.
And then that next morning, was it still up or was it down? Your weight?
Usually it's settled a couple pounds overnight. So maybe I'd wake up a little bit lighter, than maybe a couple pounds lighter. But usually by that point, I'm not really worried about putting it on, because I'd wound up getting sort of over my starting point and then kind of settling down and leveling off to about where I started.
Now, through the meat, because that's kind of how I used to do it, even when I didn't have to do it. Through the meat, my whole goal was to be as bloated as I could for the squat.
Yeah.
Have a little bit of it come off for the bench so I could use my shirt. But then hopefully all of it off for the deadlift.
Yeah, because the deadlift, the bloat would fuck your hands up.
Yeah.
It would make your hands too bloated. So we would sometimes ice them.
Yes.
To get some edema out, or just kind of hold them overhead, let it drain out.
What did you do with the food during the meet, though, to be able to, because you need to sweat the shit off?
Yeah, usually it's still going to be like a Pedialyte and water mix. Maybe Gatorade by that point. Again, at the meet, I'm looking more at fluids than anything else. Yeah. Because food isn't going to matter. Unless I'm just hungry and I'm just uncomfortable because I'm hungry. But for the most part, in terms of performance, I'm really just looking at liquids, because those are really the only things that are going to be kind of available.
Yes.
Because the food takes a long time to digest.
All right. So up into this is kind of how I look at your career looking back. So up to that point, it's just like all old school meathead shit.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And then after, it seems like 2018, 2019, it became the more intelligent approach of all of it.
Yeah.
So did that change because you knew that you were on your ass end, or did it change because you wanted to go and compete at a lighter? Something changed.
It was
something
both.
pivoted.
Yeah, it was a lot of things at once. The first thing was I knew I was kind of on the back nine of the career, and I didn't want to retire big. Because I knew I'd have a lot of time losing it if I wasn't motivated by some sort of competition.
Yes.
So part of it was just getting my weight down to a more normal level before I retired out.
Okay.
So that was a big part of it. I didn't like being very big. It was fun for a while, but like my health wasn't good. I was like, sweating. It was,
Oh, I know.
And part of it was I really wanted to have like a strong last run. And I knew I was at a point where I was already 40. I wasn't going to get significantly stronger, but I knew I could get lighter, and maybe, kind of level up on coefficient, which I ultimately did. At least at that 2018 meet, because that was a big 181 PR. It was, a good competitive showing at a big meet. But it was kind of a multitude of things.
Now this is going to be a little bit of a tricky question, but I think you can answer because you've thought about things enough you've been out enough to be able to know up to that point, what was your motivation and drive to compete and keep going to that point?
Oh man, this is going to get deep.
Well, just that, when you look back, it's different than what you thought it was. But at that point, what was it to you then?
I didn't really question it so much at that point.
Because you're just in it.
I mean, in retrospect, I can see the place powerlifting had in my life and why. I learned a couple of years ago that I have pretty severe ADHD. And because of that, I actually had a very hard time with life outside of lifting. School was very difficult for me. I was kind of that typical sort of C student. College didn't go very well for me. I barely graduated. That's why I didn't go on to a master's degree. I think I just didn't think I could cut it. And powerlifting was kind of the only area in life where I really experienced just kind of making shit work. And so I think in a lot of ways, powerlifting helped me develop in ways that I struggled with outside of it.
Yeah, but see, that's taking what you know now and applying it then.
Yeah. I'm totally doing that. And that's why I said, because I had a hard time knowing what it was about back then.
That's what I'm saying.
I know what it was about now.
Yeah, I know. That's why this is a tough question.
Very tough question.
Like if I was interviewing you
I think I always had a sense of that. I just didn't know why.
Yeah.
Now, whether I'd be honest about it back then with you, that was a different story because I was very self-conscious, just not knowing where it was coming from.
Was it numbers driven or was it place driven then?
It was success driven.
Success in the eyes of others
and
your
myself,
peers and yourself.
Yeah.
More so, which more so at that time?
Again, at the time, I would probably say to others, but now I would definitely say more to myself.
Well, that's why it's a tricky question.
Because you get older, you realize no one really gave a shit.
Yeah. Well, we'll get to that.
Yeah.
We'll get to that. Because a lot of people who are listening are there and they're the 2018 of you.
Yeah.
Right. So when you think back, it's probably a more selfish person. It's a person striving for, it's some people it's numbers. Like I remember when I was still
I think it was much more status.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That makes sense because when I was competing, I'd always ask the people that I would be rooming with at the meets.
Yeah.
And it was a question I was always intrigued with. What would be more important tomorrow? Would it be you place 5th, 6th, or 7th, but you break all PRs or you win?
If it was a big meet for me, it was always the win.
Yes.
A small meet might be the numbers just because those were usually like tune-up meets or you just think you got like a big bench or something in you. So you go just dump in a local meet to do it. But at a meet that mattered, it was always the placing.
Okay.
It was much more about the success than anything else.
Right.
It was much more about, because again, it was just always so hard for me to achieve outside of it that's really what I needed from it in order to kind of develop as a person.
Yes. Because I see when this pivot happened, a lot of dominoes were kind of not dominoes, but a lot of cards were put into place to the way I kind of saw it was you're laying these cards in this certain place. So when you look back, you're not going to say what if.
Yeah.
Right. So and part of that was, thanks for the sponsorship, but I want to try to use other gear to get the most out of what I can do. And I completely understood that 100%.
Yeah. I never actually did that. I think for me, it was, I just, cause I actually finished my career in the same gear that I wore here.
But going off the grid is a big part.
Yeah. You know what it was for me? It became, a much more kind of personal pursuit in those last few years. And what I felt like was, I was always the guy that left, the analogy is you swimming out far enough from the shore, but knowing you have enough to swim back. Yeah. And that was always kind of my approach. I never really wanted to overextend myself because I knew I didn't have the best genetics for the sport and I couldn't really afford a lot of injuries. And that's part of the reason I always trained with a round in the chamber is because I knew I just didn't have that many variables I could give up And I knew accumulating all the injuries I just wouldn't get where I needed to go. So, so I always was very careful. I was, about, as methodical as I could be with my brain. But again, I was always good at kind of being minimalist in my training and just sort of chipping away. And for the last couple of years, I was like, man, I just want to just blow it out. I just want to train more intensely than I ever have, diet more intensely than I ever have. I know I'm going to risk injuries. I know I'm going to risk speed up. I know I'm going to risk retiring myself. I was training with Chris Delafave at the time, and I was trying to keep up with him, which I knew was not a good idea.
Oh yeah.
Because he's best 242 in the world. I just really wanted that experience, of just that super, super deep dive that I never really allowed myself over the course of the rest of my career. And it's like you said before, just so I could know, just so I could overturn every single stone. And it did work very well for a short time, but man, it broke me down. But in a weird way, I kind of wanted that, because the way I think is, it's very tough for me to take a step back. Once I kind of open that door, it stays open. So I went on shit much later than most lifters do, because I knew once I started, it was just going to be an ascension to the top, and I'd never look back. So I knew that if I was going to hang it up soon, part of really taking it to the level I did was I knew I wanted to get to a level that I knew I couldn't continue.
No, I get that.
You know what I mean?
I get it, but I'm going to see if I can have you explain it a little bit differently than I have, because I went through that before I came to Westside, because before that, in my mind, I was done. But then when that decision was made to do that, everything changed.
Yeah.
Everything. And when I tried to verbalize that, to other people, like what was going on in my head with that, I struggle with trying to explain what exactly, because it doesn't mean I'm going to be super reckless, but it means I'm going to be more reckless than I was.
Yeah.
The only way I could explain it was, at that point, I knew this was, for a few weeks it was over, but I couldn't live with the way it was over.
Yeah.
So then when I came back, it's like, I don't want to leave asking what if on anything.
Me neither. And that was the biggest, I think, motivator.
And that was the only way I've been able to explain it, but I don't think people get it.
It's tough if you're not in it. It's really tough.
Because I don't know if I ever want to do that with anything ever again.
I don't.
You see what I'm saying?
I don't.
To me, that's that all in thing.
Yeah.
Like you think you're all in, but you kind of know you're really not. But then you make this decision. This is going to be more of my all in than it's ever been.
You know how you know you're all in? If you're driving to work at 5 a.m. crying over a Budweiser commercial you saw 7 years ago, that's a good indication you're there.
Yeah. Especially if it's the frog commercial.
Yeah, right. I'm thinking more of the Pony and the Clydesdale thing, but yeah, if that's good, yeah. So, and I definitely noticed like I wasn't the most emotionally stable I'd ever been. So a lot of that sort of redlining effect that I had purposely sort of stayed away from. That's where I wanted to get to, partially because I want to know what it felt like.
Yes. Because
it was a big part of the sport. I just felt like it would be cool to show up to a meet just freaky ripped when I was never really known for my conditioning. But ultimately, I think I wanted to take it to a level that I knew I could never continue. Because that would ultimately, I think, help me retire, is knowing there was really nothing left to do. I wasn't world record status. I wasn't like that top level, but I think for me at least. So
what's that conversation look like at home?
There's no conversation at home.
Yeah. So it was all in your head.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I mean, my wife knew I was looking to retire, which surprised the fuck out of her. I don't think she ever saw that coming. But yeah, my approach was, it was.
So when you laid that out from that time period, there's.
And I don't know that I ever formally laid it out. It just sort of happened that way.
Well, there had to be some laying out, because you dropped weight. You tried to find a more optimal weight class to be able to get the best coefficient. So there is some foresight.
No, there definitely was in terms of different things, but I think the whole arc of the whole thing, that was a little tough to recognize when I was in it.
What was the beginning of that arc though? What was the decision? How did you come to the decision that this is the weight class I want to do this in? or try to do it in?
Because I was looking at the numbers. So I finished my career at 165. You know, I mostly went to 181 for my just to be healthier and fitter. And I did that first WPO meet at 181. But I knew that I was at the time a top 20 lifter. And looking at the numbers, if I look back on my career, I was averaging maybe 40 pounds on my total a year. Because I did my first total at 165 and it was like the hair under 1200. Then
It's 2 decades though.
I know. I know. But if I look at it was like, 40 pounds maybe every year. And you make more progress at the beginning than you do at the end.
Sure.
That's just an average. So, all right, am I going to get to a top 5 total at 181? Not very likely. I'm not likely to put on, I'm already in my 40s. I'm not likely to put on another 200 pounds in a couple of years when I've never gone that fast.
But didn't it cross your mind that in different gear, maybe you could? Because if I was in your place, I would be thinking that, especially bench shirt wise.
I thought that dropping to 165 and getting a bigger coefficient placing was the easier. That was the lower hanging fruit.
Okay.
I thought that because it was more of a status thing.
Yeah.
So if I repeated the same numbers I did at 181 at 165, I go from a top 20 lifter to a top 5 lifter.
Yeah. Well, I'm forgetting too that your bench percentage carryover was really solid.
Right.
Yeah. So that's probably, you didn't want to break that.
Right. Yeah, because I was looking much more coefficient. It became much more about, I knew I could, again, looking at more of a status thing.
Yeah.
I knew I could probably achieve a greater status at 165 if I could pull it together.
Okay. And then, so the training changes and you start training with the Maniac with 12 bands per side. Right. That probably didn't pan out real well.
Honestly, it kind of did. And it was very similar to your experience in the shirt.
Yeah.
In that, so I did 3 WPO meets. I did very well in my first one, bombed my second one, and actually qualified for finals on my third, because that was a semifinal meet at the Arnold. And it wasn't a great meet. It wasn't really the meet I wanted, but it was decent from a competitive standpoint because I qualified. Oh God, I lost my train of thought. So
with the training with
with Delphi. So so it worked very well that first meet. I actually squatted my all-time PR is at 181, even though I competed up to 220. So my all-time squat PR is a 181 PR.
What was that?
843 at 181. And that was from training with Delafov. And I think I was really on track for a good meet at 165. Like I was handling 8 in the gym pretty regularly. But the weigh-in kind of kicked my ass in terms of it. I found it very difficult when I got to the meet. Like my gear didn't fit quite the same. So I was kind of monkeying around with briefs in between the attempts. So I got red lighted on my first attempt, which again, look at the lift. Who the fuck knows? I'm not the guy to bitch at judges. So we'll just say that was a good red. Got squashed on my second because I realized the brief I was using just had nothing left in it. So I changed briefs, came out for my third, was squatting down. My lifter, my handler, Mike Ski, was calling me back. And then I guess he might have seen my knee case. So he yelled open. When he changed from yelling back to yelling open, I thought he was about to say up.
Yeah.
And I came up and I got red lighted because I definitely came up early. But man, I felt good. Like for warmth, I felt good. So it was one of those things where I knew the strength was there, but just kind of shit got in the way and I just couldn't make it all connect on that day. And then by the last meet, I was just shot.
Yeah.
I was just shot. Like I knew training at that level for that length would eat me up. I kind of put all my eggs in that one basket for that one first meet at 165. And then I really wanted that one to be my last one, but then it just didn't pan out. So then I did that last semifinals meet just so I could, retire on a total.
How did the weight cut change or the reconstitution change?
Nothing changed. It just got much harder because I was much leaner and much less bloated to start with. So it was just a lot less to cut. So it was a much deeper cut, if that makes sense.
I've always kind of noted it as there's a certain point when you start training for a meet that I call like the starting line.
Yeah.
Like some people 12 weeks, 16, 8 weeks, whatever it's going to be.
Yeah.
When you started peaking, for lack of a better word, but for that meet, how much lower was your weight at that point? Did you take most of it off before then, except for
I
what
gave
you had to
myself a
cut?
year. So I gave myself 6 months to take it off while preserving as much muscle as I could.
Yeah.
And then I spent another 6 months getting my strength back up.
Okay.
So the first week focus, it was training just enough to keep muscle on me, and keep my technique sharp, but it wasn't really looking for big numbers because I knew they weren't going to be there. Then the second 6 months, once my weight had settled there, which is about 180, maybe 183 on the high end. Once I settled there for a while, then I started building the strength back up. Again, keeping my diet tight so I wouldn't gain.
Yeah.
But again, getting proficient at the lifts again and getting,
I'm thinking more from the gear standpoint.
Yeah, I didn't start the heavy gear training until about 6 months out.
Yeah. And your weight was close.
Yeah.
It was striking distance.
Striking distance. Yeah. Striking distance. Within a cut. Within by about 6 months, I was within cutting distance of 165.
All right. You going dark or going off the grid, off social media and everything else, did that help?
I don't know if it helped so much, but I think I needed it mentally.
Why?
It was a very kind of a lot of emotional upheaval in that period. I had just lost my mother in 2018. We were in the process of, I actually lost my mother while we were in the process of buying our house. So I was coming out of a very sort of, emotionally taxing point in my life. And I think, I just needed to be off the grid. I didn't really enjoy writing my training logs anymore. I didn't really feel like anyone cared what, an old master was doing. It just, I think I just needed training to be just for me at that point.
What it takes a responsibility off your plate.
Yeah.
Because then you don't have to, because you didn't keep a log. I get this because I had a log that I didn't have a log.
Yeah.
So I go back and forth because when you're essentially 100% auto-regulated, then you get back and you got to write your log or make your fucking Instagram post or whatever it is 7 hours later.
Yeah.
You're like, fuck. What did I do?
And part of it is whether you want to admit it or not, when people are going to look at your training, it changes your training. Yes. And so, it's like, just the act of observing someone changes their behavior. I wanted it to be solely for me. Mm-hmm. I didn't want to worry what anybody else was going to think about it. Mm-hmm. Like if people came to the gym and were like, videoing stuff, I'd ask them not. I just didn't want it out there.
Was it something that bothered you before that?
Never.
So why did you think it was going to bother you then?
It wasn't. I think it was more just sticking to the rule for the sake of sticking to it. Like if a little got out, it wouldn't have really bothered me, but it was more just because I'd flipped that switch and I tend to hyper focus on things. It was a little more of that. I was stricter than I needed to be, but it was more about just, just making training more of my own thing and not worrying about anybody else seeing it. Again, if a couple of people saw it here and there, I didn't care, but it was more about the philosophy of it, but it's hard to verbalize.
I wonder too, because a lot of you guys had, training logs on Elite FTS before Instagram. So the shitty comments that any of you guys would get would be like on the clown board, outlaw powerlifting.
Oh yeah. And I didn't care about that. That was just part of it.
But I've often wondered because it's sometimes some of you guys would, and then I'd have to have conversations with like, dude, like what the fuck? Nobody cares. One
of the worst comment I got.
I have no idea.
Who the fuck is he?
Yeah.
Like they didn't have anything bad to say. They didn't even know who you are. That was probably the roughest. But I was like, all right, I get it.
But I often wondered like how many of you guys were kind of like prepared for the shitty Instagram, Facebook comments before because you already had them.
Yeah. I also, since I was, I got on the team a little bit later in my career than most do. So I was kind of used to that element of the sport. So I don't think I paid all that much attention to it.
Yeah. Cause it's a different dynamic for people today.
Yeah. And it's like, it wasn't worried about because it wasn't not posting just to avoid taking shit.
Yeah.
It was not posting because I wanted to avoid, altering my training in any way to make it look better in the gym. I didn't care how the gym looked. And again, because I was cutting a 165, I knew it was going to look really bad for a while.
Sure. Well, it's still it's another thing that you don't have to worry about.
Yeah. I think it was more about just getting focused and just cutting out anything that was like extra noise.
Yeah. Because it still takes not a lot of time, but it still takes time.
It takes focus,
right?
takes emotional energy.
Yeah. And it's especially if you're not copy and pasting from something else.
Right.
Right. Because I know, like I said earlier, it's like, okay, what did I do? Like,
well, that's another thing. Writing a good training line was taxing because I was trying to make it good.
Yeah.
If you're not trying to make it good, it's not as hard.
Yeah. So like I don't think people understood this when it's just training logs and not Instagram, that could be a half hour, 45 minutes, sometimes
easily.
hour post,
Easily.
and then you're thinking about it. There's shit that now you add that up over 4 sessions per week, like 4 hours. And meanwhile, you're like, man, I could just be chilling on the couch, relaxing and recovering.
Yeah.
So removing that, I can see that. That's where I'm, as I looking as an outsider in, it's like, okay, there's that being removed. There's this being removed. Like, what is going on here for this stretch? Because I didn't know what the stretch was. Yeah. Right. Like, what is going on? And
I think on the surface level, it was about getting my weight really low to try and eke out a good total on coefficient. That's what it was on the surface. In retrospect, I think it was a lot deeper than that. And like I said, just making that last run as hard as it could be, just so when I was done, I'd really be done.
Yeah. Well, you would know.
Yeah. I knew I was done during the last weight cut.
What do you mean in the last weight cut? For the second meet?
For the last meet.
The last meet.
Yeah, the last meet I did, that's when I really knew I was done.
Well, let's go back to the meet before that. Were you kind of done there because that was the one that you thought you were going to be done on?
That was an interesting one. I was kind of done there. I knew I was done after, but it wasn't like a sour grapes type thing. Like, it wasn't like out of frustration. So I put an entire year into one meet, which I had never done before, push myself harder than I ever pushed, and they go to the meet and I bomb. It didn't bother me nearly as much as you would think. In fact, it didn't bother me at all. And that's when I was like, okay, I think I might be done with this. Cause it was, I still loved the sport, but I realized I didn't need it like I used to.
So how do you process that knowing you're going to do another meet?
I didn't know I was going to do another meet in that. I mean, I knew I was going to do another one. I didn't know I was going to do another WPO meet because I hadn't qualified for it. I got the invite back. So I knew I was going to do one more because I wasn't going to finish on a bomb.
Yeah.
I didn't know at that time it was going to be the WPO. Then I got the invite. And then honestly, like I was already pretty shot physically. Like I was really spent. Like I didn't have anything more. That last 3 months of training or whatever it was just me just trying to hold everything together just to total out. So that last training, that wasn't even a training cycle. That was me coming in, doing a 2-board in my shirt every week just to kind of stay with it and some sort of squat. But I was really coming into that meet on fumes.
Just trying to maintain.
Yeah. Just trying to maintain. Because again, had my shot. It didn't pass. I still want to retire at a meet with a total. So that's really what that last meet does. And again, I wound up having a better meet than I probably should have.
Did you know that was going to be your last for sure?
Like I said, during the weight cut, yeah. I was pretty sure it was going to be that.
How hard was the cut?
Brutal. It was fucking brutal. That was the hardest cut. First off, because I'd already had a big cut 3 months before. And again, one thing I never tried to do when I was, really active is I never tried to put 2 cuts that close together because you're really not as recovered as you think for the second one. Like your body takes a long time to snap back from that type of stress, especially because you poured a meat on top of it. Usually what I would do is I would do like hot baths to get down like in the hotel room. That tend to be the best to pull weight. Most guys do like 10 minutes. I would only do 5 because that's all I needed because I got a sweat going pretty good.
No diuretics?
Oh, yeah. Oh, everything. Oh, everything.
Yeah.
And usually I was fine usually what I would do is I would throw my iPod on shuffle and then I would try to make it 2 songs in one, one sitting in the bath, take a few minutes out and then go right back into the bath and kind of go back and forth like that. So you want to make sure you don't have any really long songs or anything because you don't want like some Edmund Fitzgerald shit like that. Yeah. But that last cut, I was making it like 2 minutes, 3 minutes before I was bailing on it. And I realized I just didn't have it anymore. Just the desire wasn't there. Like it just didn't mean as much. I still did it because I promised myself I was going to do it. But I always looked at the weight cut as part of the meet. In a way, like I never really minded the cut. But this time it was just brutal that last time. And again, I was leaner than I'd ever been. So I just didn't have much weight to cut. So I'm 165 cutting almost, or I was weighing like 182, 183, cutting 165. And I had zero bloat already because my diet was so clean.
Yeah.
Like before, and I was like, 208 or 215 cutting to 198. It wasn't that bad because I was bloated already in training. But, my diet had been so clean for that year. I didn't have any bloat to pull from. So those last cuts hit really, really hard. And that's really when I was like, I am never doing this again.
Was that at the Arnold?
Yeah.
All right. So that was during COVID too.
That was the very, very start of COVID. Yeah.
Yes.
That was like the first.
So you're also dealing with the fact that it may not even be a meet.
Yeah. Yeah. Like 2-3 days out, we weren't sure if there was going to meet at all. They wound up canceling the consumer convention. And they, for the most part, kept crowds out of the events. I mean, we kind of all snuck our.
No, I get that, but how are you dealing with the weight cut at that time? Because
not well. Not well at all.
Because you can cut for nothing.
Yeah.
I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
That would suck.
It really sucked. It really sucked.
Wow. Yeah. Because that's got to put an emotional dynamic in it too, because you're cutting.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the whole time.
I had no idea if I was going to compete or not. You're just cutting on pride.
Wow. So how were you? So as you were putting the weight back on, did the green light come that the meet was going to happen? Or are you still up in the air?
It was a couple days before that. So when I was mostly prepping for the cut at that point. So I was really like overhydrating, which kind of sucks in its own right to get yourself to flush out as much as possible. And I was manipulating my diet, and there wasn't a ton to manipulate because I was already clean. It was mostly just cutting carbs, which was the only joy I had in my life at that point. And so by the time I really started pulling the weight off, it was pretty sure it was going to go on.
All right. So then how did your warm-ups go?
Not good. Not good.
This is just panning out to be a fantastic day, by the way.
You just like you take 135 out during the one, and you if you're there or not. And I took 135. I was like, oh, fuck me. I think I went 4 for 9 that day, and still told enough for finals. Yeah. Like I still made the cut for finals.
I mean, it wasn't a shitty meet. I mean, you put together.
No, it was 11 times. I mean, it was 11 times bodyweight total.
Yeah.
Like it was still, it just wasn't what I had my sights set on. Like I don't even remember exactly what the numbers were because by that point it wasn't really about that.
How many ever are what you have your sight set on though?
Never.
So it's not that much different.
No.
Okay.
No, not that much.
All right. So you get through the squats, and then how did that? So how far off were the squats from where you wanted it to be?
About 50 pounds. I think I squatted about 750, but that was on an opener. So
that's recoverable though for a total.
Yeah, I made my opener, I think missed my second, and then timed out on my third.
Okay.
I timed out with the bar on my back, which is always the worst feeling.
We'll just leave it at that.
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to process. I mean, this is during COVID. There's hardly anybody there. Is there really?
Yeah, but that's every meet. There's hardly anybody there. It's fucking powerlifting.
Come on, man. I mean, okay, judge, whatever. I'm not going to.
It did suck. I was trying not to focus on it.
Yeah, no, I could see that would. Anyhow, you got to flip it over for the bench. How did the benches go?
Not good. Not good. Took 3 tries to get my opener. By that point, it was pretty clear that my shoulders were pretty well deteriorated. And that became very obvious as I lost weight because there's less meat there to kind of stabilize the joint. So once I got to 165, like I have pretty bad atrophy in my pecs and everything I'm probably some sort of nerve impingement just from wedging myself in a shirt for 20 years. Mm-hmm. But the deterioration of my shoulders became very evident at that lower body weight. So my bench was about 100 pounds off from where it was at 181. So one weight class made that big of a difference.
That's typical for lifters that have been around a long time, though.
Yeah,
because you know you need to take your weight down.
Yeah,
but as soon as you do, you're like, ugh.
It just exposes all these like it just exposes all these little imbalances and deteriorations.
I didn't know fat was a stabilizer.
But, oh yeah.
Right. Yeah. All right, so now leading into the deadlift, you're done.
I know I'm done.
Okay,
but after I made my opener, which wasn't very hard, I knew I was done. I wasn't sure I had 2 in me, but I knew I was going to retire on the platform. So I actually passed my second and then did it on the third.
Okay. And then how did you determine what to pull on the third?
I basically just made how I would normally choose attempts for the deadlift is, all right, you pull your opener. All right, what do I really think I have in me? And then, like I said, I just made my second attempt my third, sat out the seconds, just to give myself more time to rest, and then pulled it on the third.
Not many lifters, I'd say probably none, know when it's over.
Yeah.
Right. So you had control over that.
Yeah.
So knowing that you had control over that and you pull the third, what's going through your mind after you pull that third?
I don't know. I think I was just happy I made it. I'd already kind of made the decision. So, and I did it on the platform, like I, left my belt on the platform after the lift.
Well, that kind of also guarantees you can never come back.
Yeah. Yeah, it does. That's why I did it.
Leave your belt.
And a big part of it also is I wanted it to be a positive thing because I knew a lot of people in the sport by that point. And we have kind of a weird attitude towards retirement. Like it's almost like a death. And usually it's not on your terms. So I think I also wanted to make it a positive experience. Just, I wanted people to know I was good with it. Like I didn't retire because I had to, or I retired because I wanted to.
Was your family there?
Oh yeah. Yeah. So after the lift, and there's a good video of it on my Instagram. So yeah, after the meet, I took my belt off, kissed it, dropped it on the platform, and then actually walked straight out into the crowd and hugged my family. Yeah.
And then when did it set in?
It set in a lot on the drive home because a lot of people started sort of reposting that and reaching out. And I think that's when it really hit me. Yeah, it was an emotional drive home.
What is that emotional drive home? Is it relief? Is it, I mean, there's a lot of
everything.
Emotions.
Yeah. Relief was big. There was definitely a sadness there. You're grieving it. I mean, it was a huge part of my life. I mean, at that point I had been lifting 10 years longer than I'd been married. No, 15 years longer than I'd been married. It's the only thing that I'd ever done continuously for that long. Yeah, again, except personal training, which was really just a way to stay more involved in powerlifting.
Yeah.
So yeah, there was definitely a grieving process over it, even though it was a positive thing.
Well, that doesn't end there.
No.
Right. So then what's that next year look like?
Well, that's where it's tough to say because I retired a week before the COVID shutdowns.
Interesting. Yeah. Yeah.
So that made it a very, very strange dynamic. Maybe very difficult dynamic because one of the things that made it easier to retire was I was starting to see more success professionally. And so then I retired from powerlifting and a week later my job's closed. So I think that made it a lot tougher than it would have been ordinarily. And it was weird because I retired and it's like the whole sport retired with me for a few months.
Well, yeah, and the people you're training with, you're not around.
No, it was again, there's sort of an isolating feeling to retiring, but that was just exponentially more because of the quarantining. Because it was especially intense in my area because one of those first big, quote unquote super spreader events was a party in Westport, Connecticut. I worked 10 minutes from there. So, where I live, they were taking that really, really seriously. So things just got shut down in an instant. So I think I retired on like the 5th or 6th, and then the 16th, everything was shut down.
So how are you mentally dealing with all this? Because when you do something for 20 years and you stop, right, there's an identity crisis, but you kind of knew you were heading there too. So you do go through all the stages of grief.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Now, some of them you went through kind of before.
A lot of it I went through before.
So it was a little bit easier than I've seen others, that go out on an injury or whatever, or some that just never go out, which we can talk about later. But, so you kind of had a little bit of a head up on that.
It was an easier retirement than I think most get because I was prepared for it. And that's why I wanted to be prepared for it because I don't handle change well.
Yeah.
So I knew it was something that I knew it was something that needed to happen on my terms. And most of us don't really get that perfect exit point.
No.
Like there's only like Donnie totaled 3,000 and got out. Perfect. Most of us most of us never really reach the top of the mountain. You just sort of have to decide where you stop climbing. For me, the Arnold was a good place because, one of the first real big meets that I saw as a spectator was the WPO at the Arnold.
Mm-hmm.
So to be able to retire at the WPO for the Arnold, I thought was a nice sort of full circle moment that provided that like about as perfect exit point as I was going to get. And especially because I was able to qualify for finals and choose not to go.
Yeah.
Like that was a big part of it. So I think it was an easy retirement than most because, again, I was prepared for it and I did it in what I considered the right way. But again, that coinciding with COVID, that was very, very difficult.
Mm-hmm.
I had gotten into grip training a little bit because it was something I could do just at home.
Yeah.
And it was something I was kind of prepared to do just because it was something I could do at home. I wouldn't have to go to the gym. I got way too deep into that.
Well, I saw that.
Yeah. And it was fun, but at some point it was like, this is beating me up more than lifting ever did.
Well, that's what I was wondering is where did the displaced time go?
A lot of it went into that. And then of course I'm jumping from the pan to the flames. Now I'm jumping into this totally different strength sport that I have zero preparedness for. And like I said, it was fun and it was a good thing to occupy my mind when things were difficult, but that kind of fell by the wayside as things started picking back up professionally, and I just I work with my body, so I just needed my body to be healthier.
When do you think you were, because I don't think you're ever out of the woods, right? Because you always look back.
Yeah.
And was there a point after that last meet up until say like a year ago to where you hated the sport?
Never.
Okay.
Never. And I think in a lot of ways I retired when I did because I never wanted to resent the sport. And I think we see a lot of lifters go down that track where they get a little older, they pass 40, injuries start piling up. That list of exercises you can't do is longer than the list of exercises you can do. And I think for a lot of guys, it just becomes a lot less gratifying, but they don't know how to get out of it because their identities are so tied into it, which mine certainly was. And so I think you never really lose that voice telling you got one more in you.
Mm-hmm.
Like I never lost that voice. I just decided to stop listening to it.
Yeah.
It's still there. Like I still feel like I could put a training cycle together in Total Pro. I might not be right, but I still feel like I could do it. I think once you realize that voice never goes away, it becomes a little bit easier not to listen to it.
But you have to lean into some other identity.
Yeah.
So what is that?
I don't know yet. And in a way, that's the hard part because my identity was so tied up in it. And in a weird way, that became kind of the challenge. Because I had gotten to a point where nothing in powerlifting really scared me anymore. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like I wasn't afraid of, 5 band tension. I wasn't, even though I never really got a serious injury, I certainly wasn't afraid of it. Like I knew it was part of it. I didn't want it to happen because I knew it would slow my progress, but it would never have been enough to scare me out of the sport. Nothing, I didn't see anything in powerlifting that was as big of a challenge as giving it up. Yeah. And in a way, kind of going back to that earlier idea of always using powerlifting as sort of a replacement for the status I couldn't achieve outside of it. I kind of felt like I was at a point where I could make it out there. Like, so my professional life started falling a little bit more into place. Family life started falling a little bit more into place. At some point I knew I was going to have to figure out if powerlifting really did build me up in that way, or if I was always going to have to use it as a crutch. Mm-hmm. And the only way to really figure that out was to give it up.
Yeah. And
not just give it up in terms of I'm going to still go to the gym every day and just not compete. Like, am I going to be okay with not looking like a powerlifter anymore? Like, am I going to be okay giving up all that muscle I devoted 20 years to building? Mm-hmm. Like, can I really, has this sport built me up enough that I can just burn it all down and move on? Mm-hmm. And I needed to find that out. So part of that was also a challenge.
All right, let's take a bathroom break, then we'll jump off with that.
All right.
Because that's a different conversation.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. All right, guys, I want to thank today's sponsor, Element. I'm having fun with ads now instead of just trying to like read through all the talking points and so forth. But there's a talking point here I have to read through. Element is a tasty electrolyte drink with everything that you need and nothing you don't. That means lots of salt and no sugar. For some reason, that just makes me laugh. I've had and have been in the habit of drinking a half a pack before every leg training session, and all my cramping issues that I had went away, because I've always had cramping issues on heavy leg days and leg days especially. How do your quads cramp doing seated leg curls? But it was a reminder to me that I need Element before my heavy training sessions, not just on days when I'm sweating like crazy or it's super hot outside, but there's something with their ratio of sodium, magnesium, and potassium, their scientifically backed ratio, however they explain that makes a huge difference with my training. Every morning I mix it in my oatmeal with, protein and the other crap I mix it with. So I get a half a pack there every morning, easy, and it actually makes the oatmeal taste better. Head into our description box and click the link that's there for Element. Or if you're listening to the audio of this, it's DRINKLMNT.com/table talk. When you go through that link, you'll get a free sample pack of all the different flavors. So maybe you think you might not like the grapefruit. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. I don't know. Maybe you think you're not going to like the chocolate. I thought it was going to be awful, but it was in the sample pack. And then somebody gave me the idea to throw it in oatmeal, and it was like a game changer to my oatmeal as far as how oatmeal tastes. The sample pack will allow you to test flavors to see what you like and what you don't like. So head over to Element. This is Dave Tate from Elite FTS. Last year, we partnered with Ken Kanakin to co-host the Swiss Symposium. It's built on hypertrophy and sport medicine for strength athletes and practitioners to come together in one place, which will be the Columbus Hilton at Easton. You are going to learn how to level up your training based upon the success and failures of others. You have to stay on top of your game if you want to be able to make the success and move forward at the pace that you want. Just to name a few of the presenters that will be presenting, we're going to have Matt Winning, Brian Carroll, Eric Serrano, Jim Wendler. That's just a few. These experts will be presenting on low back injury and prevention, exercise selection, as well as a business, steroid recovery, and restoration panel. If you want to network with one of the experts that we have presenting, we're going to have people there to be able to help you do that. To register for the Swiss Symposium, go to the elitefts.com website, look for the banner on the homepage, click that, we'll see you there. One of the ways that you can support the podcast is by purchasing or picking up our limited edition apparel. The shirt that I have on right now is one of the only shirts that we've brought back for a second time. Normally we'll never do that, but the only reason we brought this one back for a second time is it sold out within 6 hours. So we brought this one back. We also got a second one that we just dropped. It's our, just Halloween edition shirt. Go to elitefts.com or go to the link in the description. This really does help us out because this directly supports the Table Talk podcast. Thank you guys. Enjoy the show. All right. So we'll just start where we left off. And that was kind of working around the identity crisis that comes along with
big one.
Powerlifting. And so,
and I think that's what keeps people in the longest is the identity aspect of it. It's
good point. Let's
because it's not just something you love to do. It's who you feel like you are.
Yes.
That's the biggest jump. It's not just stopping doing the activity you like. It's you just changing who you see yourself as a person.
Yeah. I think that's the reason why so many don't get out until the sport takes them out.
I think there's a lot of other things too. I think, I don't think we look at how gratifying that lifestyle is for a lot of us. It's such a different environment than out there, and I think for a lot of us, it's much more of a comfort than we realize to sort of function in this. Mm-hmm. It's just so much simpler. It's so much simpler. And I think what keeps a lot of people in the sport kind of past that due date is it's just so much simpler than outside. And it's just so much easier for us to function in than outside. I think that's what we really struggle giving up in addition to the identity, just the fact that we enjoy doing the activity. I don't think it's as big a part of it as people think.
It's true. Well, you have a different perspective on it now because it's been 4 years, right? So a lot of the questions I already asked, I'm going to ask again, but there's going to be different answers, right?
Sure.
Because you are further away from it to be able to look back on that. And, you know, when I was in it, and I've been in this weird spot for a long time now, where I seem to be like a guy that helps people get through that, right? Because they don't really know it's their identity when it is their identity until it's not. Then they don't know what the fuck it is, and they can't figure out. They can if they're far enough removed, but they can't figure out why they were doing it in the first place.
Yeah, the identity thing, and I always knew the identity thing was a big thing because I love thinking of myself as a powerlifter.
Yeah.
I mean, part of the reason I said that first senior nationals victory was such a big thing for me is because it finally really made me feel like I was a powerlifter, like having a big win under my belt finally. But a lot of it is just the relationships are simpler. It's sport in general is much more of a meritocracy than real life is. It's numbers driven. It's super objective. And I think for a lot of us, we just feel much better, much more capable when we're doing this than we do anything else.
Yeah. And it's for lack of a better word, it's like a carrot, right?
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Because there's that meat, and even if, and you're training for that meat or whatever you are training for. And then when that happens, good, bad, or indifferent, it still happened. But in the real world, there's no meat. Training
is not your reason to train. Or I'm sorry, competition, I should say. Competition is not your reason to train. It's your excuse to train.
But you know that now.
I kind of knew that then because I had put it in my log at one point.
Okay.
You know, I think the competition is our justification for putting ourselves in this environment that makes much more sense to us than anything else.
Okay. But now that you're no longer competing, because I think once a powerlifter, you're always a powerlifter because there's no rule that says you can't say you're a powerlifter. You're just non-competitive. Right. And as the sport has grown over the last decade tremendously, you know, there's on open powerlifting, I haven't looked it up in a few months, but say there's 250,000 powerlifters. But in the time that we've been in the sport, the way I've explained it before is there used to always be what we would call closet bodybuilders.
Oh, sure.
People that train like they never competed though.
Right.
We didn't have like closet powerlifters. Now we do.
No, you kind of had the power building thing for a while.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But now there's probably millions of people that train those lifts and train them with intent and train them seriously. So that power lifter, you know, they may think they're a power lifter because they train like one. Now we can argue, are they really if they don't compete? Whatever, you know, but that makes this a different dynamic today than what it was, you know, when we were in it, because the only way you could be that was to do that. Yeah. Right. And lifts don't count unless they're done in the meat, which is still true, by the way. But I mean, some things just never go away, but which in some degree it's great to see. Yeah. But in another degree, I think it makes it harder for people to leave, you know, because when they go into there's a blessing and a curse because it was during lockdown. So you're not around all the other people that are still doing it. Yeah. So you're not going in the gym and being like, oh, fuck, I wish I could do that. Then you don't feel like the asshole if you don't go in. Right. And they're all doing it. That was the position I was in. Yeah. Like, I'm not doing this, but I'm not going in anymore. Then all of a sudden it's like, you know,
since like I always figured I would be around a lot more to coach.
Yeah.
And I think one of the reasons I wrote the book was COVID largely took that away.
Okay. Yeah.
Because I couldn't go to the gym and sort of still contribute and be that coach. I mean, I stretch people all day. Like I'm in a hands-on field. So, and a lot of my clients are older, so I had to be really careful about that. So, it was difficult and easy. Like it was difficult not being able to do what I had planned to do, but it was also a little bit easier to stay out because I was essentially being forced out.
Yeah. For me, I had to create that gap, you know, so and Louis had issue with it. And I mean, we discussed it later, but I had to get out of that environment.
Yeah.
Right. Because for a couple reasons, some of it's my own bias and self-serving.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't want to be the gimp walking around that's going to show everybody where they can end up.
Right.
Right.
Me neither.
So that's kind of how I wrapped my head around it, where on the other end of it, from his side, you're an asset to all these other people to get better.
Yeah.
But the reality of it was I didn't want to be around it because I couldn't deal with it.
Mm-hmm.
I had to have space.
Mm-hmm.
But my business is still in it, but that was different because that's seeing people a quarter.
You also didn't go out on your terms.
Exactly.
So I did.
Yeah.
I think that transition would have been much easier for me without COVID because I had already made that decision. Everybody knew I had made that decision. I wish I had gotten the chance to coach a lot more.
Yeah.
And now I'm just too busy with work to really do it. But that's the thing I think I really missed out on the most with COVID is being able to sort of flip that switch to be the guy that still shows up, but is now showing up to kind of help everyone else along.
Now being, 4 years, I'll make it sound bigger, being half a century removed, right? Make it sound like a really long time, right? So almost half a century removed. What do you think your drive was? Because when I asked you before the drive, it's 2018 to continue doing it. Now looking back, what do you think your drive was for powerlifting in the first place?
It's kind of like I said before. Like I said, I was, really bad ADHD, very late diagnosis. So we didn't know why, but I had just a long history of just underperformance, constantly, because I was an intelligent kid, but because I had certain deficits that people couldn't see, people think it's a character issue. So when you have, trouble focusing, trouble sort of keeping up, but people know you're smart, they just assume you're being lazy. And I think in a lot of ways, powerlifting was my way to prove to myself that that wasn't it. I wasn't really conscious of it at the time, but I think because powerlifting allowed me to work hard in the way that was very, very productive, more so than everything else, because it's just a lot simpler. That was, again, you need a certain amount of success to develop as a person in a positive way. And powerlifting gave me that while, things like school and work and relationships, I really struggled with. And I didn't just, when I got diagnosed, it wasn't really enough for me to just say, okay, you have ADHD. And it wasn't really, the label wasn't going to do anything for me. So I went through specific testing to find out what my deficits were.
Which is ADHD.
Yeah. So specifically what I found out, because it affects people in different ways.
Yeah.
Like some people become very successful with it because they can benefit from the hyperfocus. But for me, working memory is much, much worse than average. So I don't retain as much from reading and lecture and conversation as most people do. Visual memory is off. I have a lot of trouble with executive function. So multi-stage tasks are very difficult for me. I have trouble remembering long sequences. Like, you remember, I'm not going to get political, but remember a couple of years ago when Donald Trump had like a cognitive test and was bragging about how well he did on, he's just repeating this random string words.
Yeah.
Everybody made a lot of fun of him for that. Meanwhile, I'm thinking, I'm not sure I could have done that. It's like, and that's just a test to find out if you're impaired or not. That's not like an intelligence test. That's just to set a baseline that you're not fucked up. I'm like, I'm not even sure I could have done that. And then I got testing and I found out I can't. So anyway, so when you go through life like that, I think there's a perception that you're sort of, most people can choose what they focus on, and they can choose what they put their energy towards. And the thing with ADHD is you really can't. And powerlifting was the first thing that really engaged me to the point that I could be very, very successful in it for a very long time. Again, it wasn't happening at school. I tried, but I didn't know what my deficits are. Powerlifting, your deficits are really, really easy, right? You can spot them based on mechanics. And I think that's one of the reasons I gravitated, because I had that analytical mind, but I couldn't apply it to anything else effectively. I failed composition 100 in college. I've written multiple books, but in that setting, I couldn't do it. I got a D in anatomy. I do body work all day. I deal with nothing but anatomy. So again, when your performance doesn't indicate your intelligence over and over and over again, it really fucks your head up. And you start to, and it really fucks your self-esteem up because no one sees the deficits. What they see is what they think is you not trying.
Yeah.
And my parents thought that until the day they died. They never knew I got diagnosed. They passed on before that. And that was the biggest, I had a happy childhood and we had a great relationship, but that was the most difficulty we had was over my school. Because they were all they all really valued education, and as most parents would.
Yeah, yeah.
And to see me constantly underperforming in that, there's a difference between underperforming and underachieving.
Explain.
Well, I think people look at it as an underachiever as someone who just doesn't have the motivation, where underperformance is maybe a little more of a skill issue.
Mm-hmm.
People thought I didn't have the desire to work harder than I was. I did. I just didn't have the ability. I just couldn't figure out a way to make everything click so that I could perform. So a great example was I was a pretty good trainer. I probably could have been better, but I was good. So when you're good, you almost always get the opportunity to move up to personal training manager. But that's a totally different skill set.
Mm-hmm.
And it's one that I'm not good at.
Mm-hmm.
So it would be this long cycle and me sort of working my way up and then getting busted back down to an entry level and then sort of working way up, experience difficulties and then get busting back down. Powerlifting, it was 20 something years of progress. Like that was something I couldn't achieve anywhere else.
Mm-hmm.
And then on top of that, the relationships are much more simple. Relationships out there are complicated, not in here.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you yell at me across the gym to put a 25 on the bar for you, what I'm not going to say is, why'd you say it like that?
Yeah.
What, the weights I put on aren't enough for you? Like what? You're the fucking king of the world. You want me to put no, it's not going to be that. Why'd you say it like that? Are you mad?
Mm-hmm.
Miscommunications like that don't happen. You asked me to put a 25 on. I'm going to call you pussy for not putting a plate on.
Yeah.
Then you're going to smash it and they'll see I told you you were a pussy for not putting a plate on. Then you'll make fun of me because every man under 200 pounds is a woman. Yeah. And I'll say, okay, what have you lifted? And we'll have that exact same argument in that exact same corner of the gym every Friday for 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
And that's fucking beautiful when you don't have the ability to manage relationships as effectively out there. There's a real simplicity to that when everybody's working towards the same goal. And we even tell people, leave that other shit out at the door. Right? We don't want that complexity in here. So in a way, this kind of distills everything down to a level that I found super engaging and I could make consistent progress in for a very long time when I really couldn't anywhere else. I tried to. I just couldn't make it fit, whereas here I could.
Have you been able to figure out the pieces of that makes it work to be able to apply?
Yes.
Other places?
Yeah. And what I realized is so I had to take a different message from that than most people did in order to make that success work. The typical message people get is, well, powerlifting teaches you how to apply all this energy and effort elsewhere in your life. That never worked for me. I could only always seem to do it here. What I realized was, again, with the diagnosis and looking back at the course of my career is, for me, my pursuit has to choose me. Because only if very, very specific things are going to engage me in that level. And if I don't have the engagement, I can do it, but it's going to be a struggle. Mm-hmm. And it's going to take more energy for me to do some tasks than it will for most people. And over time, that adds up because you can only allocate so much energy before things start to break. Like if you're at 100% focus to do just menial stuff, eventually things are going to break down. Mm-hmm. So what I figured out was if I can find a pursuit that engages me on that level, you won't be able to hold me back. But if I try to apply that energy to something that doesn't engage me, it's never really going to work.
Wouldn't that be true for everybody, though, to a certain extent?
No, because that's what ADHD is. ADHD fucks up your ability to choose what you can focus on.
But if you love what it is.
Right. And so for me, I found that I can't just apply 100% to just a job.
Yes.
It has to be something that I find super engaging. And it's almost like once I find that, I don't really have to put effort in. I just get sucked in. and just do it. And that's the point of my career I'm now, because I basically do assisted stretching. So I work for a stretch studio. It's called Stretch Lab. And basically people come in and it's an assisted stretch, a lot of P&F, but it's very, very hands-on. I'm working with anatomy. I'm helping people, which I like. I find all that super engaging, whereas most management positions were not at all. It's mostly just a lot of tasks I suck at, and I'm just trying to just cobble something together and make it work. Whereas with what I'm doing now, it's just 100% engagement. I can't turn it off. So the most valuable thing I found for myself for powerlifting is don't do that typical thing. Don't try to put 100% in something in a job. It really is going to be more about the task than anything else for me and my ability to engage with the task. Reward systems don't work as well for ADHD. You're much more in the moment. So the idea of doing this good job because it'll result in success down the road, it doesn't compute as much because there's an understimulation issue there. But if I can find a task that sucks me in, I'm going to be successful at it no matter what, because my brain is going to just motivate me to be successful at that, if it makes sense.
It does, as long as that task is scalable.
To an extent, but again, that's the thing. For me, when I do engage in it, it doesn't have to be scalable.
Well, to earn a living, it will.
Again, that's the challenge, is finding something that I can earn a living at that I find as engaging. Now, personal training wasn't really that to me. It was more of a...
It's too vast.
It's too vast. Yeah. And a lot of it was, I don't have as easy a time as I realized dealing with personalities, because motivation doesn't work the same way for me. Like motivational posts and that I always thought that was bullshit, because it never did anything for me, because I'm totally task motivated. So I have a hard time breaking through to someone who doesn't value this stuff as much as I do. And I think that was the disconnect with training, because when you're working with powerlifters, you're dealing with people who are all in. When you're in personal training, most people are doing it because they kind of have to, or because they just want to not be fat or unhealthy or something like that.
Yes.
You get them, but you very rarely get super, super high achieving clients that are actually engaging to work with. Most of the time it's trying to sort of force feed a very watered down level. This is someone that doesn't care as much. They're just doing it because they have to. That wasn't engaging for me. With the stretching, their personality is kind of out of it, because I'm moving everything where it needs to go, and I'm relying on what they're telling me, and I'm relying on what they feel like they need, but I can solve it as much more of a physical problem. And for whatever reason, that is much more engaging for me, and I can just do it all day. I stretch people 8 hours a day.
Well, I mean, even with that though, do they need to tell you? Because you can feel where their end range is.
Well, what they're, I mean, the sensation that they're feeling helps. Yeah.
Sure.
So if someone's telling me they have like a radiating pain going down their leg, all right, now I can think piriformis syndrome and prioritize that. I'll notice their piriformis is tight either way, but knowing that it's an issue is going to kind of steer the direction of how I treat them. It's not like I can't stretch. It's whatever they need me to do. But that is much more engaging than trying to lift weights through someone else's personality.
Sure.
You know what I mean? And I think that was the big take home, is if I can leave myself open enough to find professions that really engage me, I can be successful. If I just say, okay, I think I want to be good at that, let me put all my energy into this, it doesn't work as well. And it never has.
So with the powerlifting, when the crews that you were in, you were a greater asset in looking at the breakdown of the technique?
I like to think so.
Because of that, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Because you can see that.
Yeah.
And when you see that, it's glaring.
Yeah. And it's funny. It's ironic that I wrote basically the most successful programming article, because I never really had a great mind for programming. Believe it or not, in terms of the nuts and bolts of it. And you even see it in the way that program is written, because it's very broad strokes in nature. Like, I'm not dealing with a lot of percentages. I'm not recommending very specific like assistance exercises. Like, it is kind of it is more of a template than anything else, because that's how my mind works. So I'm very good at dealing with stuff in the moment, but I'm really good at dealing with technique, because it's very it's really engaging for me. I got good at programming in terms of the broad stroke. And I think it actually kind of helped me because I never really stuck to real percentages. I would always look at the program like, okay, what's the overall gist here? What's the overall focus? And kind of just go based on that. So I never got really bogged down by like, percentages or some of the like minutiae of training that some people kind of go down the rabbit hole with. I could always look at the broad. So I was okay, what are the kind of base elements that I need? And then I can kind of figure that out day by day.
Well, I think from a training perspective, that's a gift though, right? Because
especially in conjugate.
Yeah, because you don't get lost in the minutia of all that, right? Where when, I'm trying to decipher what Louie's saying, first off, it's all over the place. I had to create a template, right? Then from that template, like, here's something to work from.
Right.
And then when I put that out, people they better understood, oh, this is what that is. A lot of it's the same thing that you're talking about.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure all this shit out and it's going all over the place.
Yeah.
And I'm like, the percent thing, man, how does it feel?
Right.
Right. And then, so I probably not suffer, but have the same gift.
You absolutely do. Are you kidding?
Because, well, you can look at it as, it's last year, I think it was, the percent things are all over the place now for conjugate. And you've probably seen it and heard it. And someone says this percent, someone says this percent. And it's maddening, because first off, percent of what? That's a whole different rabbit hole,
and especially when you bring multiply gear into it, because now your raw percentages don't matter.
Yeah. So I got frustrated one day and it was for the speed bench. And so here's how to do it. And I just put a dime on each side and push it as fast as I could. And it's, it looks like shit if it's 65
it's like trying to like fly away from your top.
At each additional set, I just added another dime. Then when it felt like speed work, I drew a line of chalk on that dime, then added more dimes, and then it started to feel heavy.
Yeah.
Like, look, from this range to this range is week 1, week 2, week 3.
Yeah.
You don't need percents.
No, I never used them.
So that's how I was able to kind of wrap my head around that. Even while I was at Westside, is like, this doesn't feel like speed work. This now feels like a heavy set of 5.
And then you can do the same thing with max effort movements. Like, I don't really feel like I'm training the musculature the way I need to. I think I'm just corrupting this lift just to eke out a PR.
Yes. Now, if you're a super analytical person, it's not going to work.
Right.
Because you're going to want to know what exactly is this RPE percent or whatever.
And I think that's a lot of what drew me to conjugate, is because it allowed me to do that. And it allowed me to kind of focus on those broad strokes and not get bogged down in the percentages. And what's interesting is that, I used conjugate for my entire career, except for maybe the first couple of years where I was, using more traditional programming. But then I hear someone like Joey Smith, who was on the podcast, talking about taking time to learn conjugate, taking time to learn block, taking time to learn, cube or whatever it was. We kind of arrived at the same place. But he did it through experiencing all these different programs and figure out how they work. Whereas we kind of looked at one form of training and got so good at adapting it to ourselves that we just sort of taught ourselves how to program in the grand scheme.
Well, I think that's a whole journey for any advanced lifter. Is you got to get to a point where you know how to auto-regulate it all on how you feel that day, that week, that month. You got to know where that week lies in accordance to when it's supposed to peak. Yeah. And I can remember, man, a lot of you, almost all of you guys at a certain point in time, there'd be conversations be like, I am too far ahead. Yeah. Right. And I get that. Yeah. Other people are like, what the hell are you talking about? That means you're going to peak more.
No, because that peak doesn't keep going up.
Yeah.
Right?
It's like, no.
So if you notice that big like level up mid training, like, oh, wow, I got to start keeping around in the chamber because this isn't going to last up here. This isn't just going to keep going up to the meet. It's going to hit its peak. And then I'm going to start to break down before the meet.
Where makes total sense to me.
Yeah.
But when you try to explain it to other people,
because they don't understand the cyclical nature of it.
Yeah.
They don't understand that you have to bring it back down at some point because your body's just not going to keep on that trajectory. Or otherwise we'd all be squatting 1,200 pounds.
Now to go down a different road here, you held off because I think this is an important conversation, especially today, because we have the topic of PEDs has become greatly spoken about. right? Where I used to have you guys sign contracts saying you wouldn't speak about it,
Yeah.
right? And we were
just because we
were
legally.
politically correct about it, right?
Yeah, and there was always that kind of wink and a nod where people who were
Yeah.
sort of in this kind of knew what we were talking about. But like, if someone's mom is overhearing them watch a YouTube video, we can't be explicit about
Well, we weren't lying about it either.
No, it was that wink and a nod where everyone kind of gets it. We just can't say it.
Yeah. What I used to say is I didn't want to be the person to tell somebody to go on.
Right.
But I also don't want to be the person to tell them not to go on if they should.
Right.
Right. So that was how I rode that fence.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I don't want to do either one of those.
You told me to get on.
Maybe. But if
that was also 20 years.
Well, if it's the right time, you see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. There's a time for that.
Yeah.
And it's very clear what that time is.
Mm-hmm.
If you're around the sport long enough, where in today's world that I see, everybody's pulling the trigger way too soon.
Well, it's like the headlift and the bench press. Like people see, elite guys do it and they assume that's just how you do it. Whereas that has to fit into what the goal of the lift is. Drugs the same way. Just because all these elite guys are on them doesn't mean they were on them when they were 18.
Well, that's my point is I think the longer somebody waits to go on or waits until they need to,
mm-hmm.
right, the better their end is going to be.
Mm-hmm.
Where if they start too soon, I think they chip off 25, 30%. I don't know where I'm pulling the percents out. I'm just guessing.
Yeah.
Off their back because we've seen it.
Well, one of the biggest mistakes beginners in every sport make is trying to do what the pros do while they're pros.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're like you see with all the sports specific coaching for 10-year-olds, like what do you think this nervous system is capable of? Like you're trying to do, whatever elite athlete's workout is for this person that doesn't have that lifetime of training leading up to it. The same is true with drugs.
Mm-hmm.
Like they see or hear what pros are doing or what people say pros are doing, because half the time that information is not true unless the pro actually says it. They don't really see the context of it. They don't see that that's what that guy needs at that point in his career to get to the next level. They're doing it to get from like 150 to a 200-pound bench.
Yeah, well, powerlifting's opposite in that regard too, because what you do at the top, training-wise, is totally different.
Oh yeah.
Than when you started.
Yeah.
And sometimes you're just squatting and you're done because you felt like that's it.
Right.
I can't do anymore. Like
Mm-hmm.
my energy tank is
because
empty.
every rep you do has a much deeper training effect than every rep the guy with the 300 squat does. Yeah.
But if the beginner is to replicate that, they're going to work up, they're going to do kind of a max and then leave.
Yeah.
With a 225 squat.
Right.
And you're like, oh, dude, no.
Yeah.
And so it's weird because you don't want to do what the top guys are doing. But what I'll say is look at what all the top guys are doing globally. Mm-hmm. And look to see what they all share in common, which is usually a dedication to the sport, consistency, showing up.
And I want to knock us off track, but one thing that I always thought was cool with the logs here was that you always had your pros, but then you always had a few that were on their way up.
Yes.
So you gave people sort of a glimpse, if they were smart enough to recognize it for that, you gave people a glimpse of that progress level at every point.
Yes.
So I remember you had like a high schooler on here. I remember he had Ted Tolston very early in his career before he was total and pro or even elite, I think.
Yeah.
So people got to see that process as well as seeing what like the Brian Carrolls and all these other guys are doing.
And then the differences between all the top guys too.
Yeah.
Right.
So if you were smart, if you were and honest with yourself, if you were that beginning level reader, you'd read all of them to kind of put that all together. I don't know how many people did, but the opportunity was there because you understood it.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And I wanted to show that everybody is doing it a little different. Mm-hmm. There is no one way.
No.
And some people will say there is, but there's not.
Well, usually they're selling you something.
Exactly.
You're just trying to sell you their way.
Well, exactly. So it's their way. And you can learn from that. And that's where I think people lose track. Mm-hmm. Like you can learn from the people that are saying this is the only way. And some people are so pigeonholed, just with their career.
Oh yeah.
They have to do that.
Yeah.
Which I don't think they have to, but let's just assume they have to. Mm-hmm. That doesn't mean you can't learn from that, because eventually you're just going to pick and choose, because that's what happens when you go to meets or you have different training. You went through several training groups.
Oh yeah.
You're picking things here, and you're filtering out what helps, what doesn't help. This might help later this helped earlier.
Yeah, it all kind of goes in the bank. Right?
Yeah. Yes. With that going into the bank things, what are some of the biggest takeaways that you would have if you were speaking with an intermediate now that would actually listen?
Oh, what I would tell them?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the biggest thing that you tell everyone at every level is trust the process. I think the biggest thing for the intermediate is to know that progress isn't going to come as quickly as it did in the previous phase. So that's where you really have to sort of build that patience. And it's also where I think you have to, intermediates are probably the toughest because they're the ones making that transition. I think that's probably where auto-regulation really becomes most important, is at the intermediate level, or your ability to build it at the intermediate level. I think that's really, that I've never really thought about this before, but that might be what's unique about that intermediate levels. That's where you really learn to auto-regulate, because that's what gets you to the top level. So I think that intermediate lifter needs to now take a little bit more control of their training. Because, so many people are coached and led by others. I think intermediate is where you really kind of have to take the reins yourself to an extent. And you can still work with coaches and everything, but you have to take a little bit more of an active role in that, because only you can feel what you're feeling.
Yes.
And it takes a level of objectivity and honesty that I think is tough for a beginner, because they just want to make it to that big level. They have that kind of novice enthusiasm. So that's a little bit tougher.
Well, I think too that
and they don't have the experience to
populate. When something gets more popular, the word's skipping me right now, but coaching has become way more popular.
Oh yeah.
Where before it was just conversations and it was
the internet gave people the means to do it.
Yes.
Because there's only so many experienced coaches, the odds that you live within a half hour.
Well, in a way, it still was happening before that. It was just conversations you would have like a train your ass off or an underground strength session or on a telephone with another lifter.
Usually at dinner after the seminar.
Or training group, stuff like that. So I would call that more consulting, just exchange of ideas. So it's there, but now it's a more formalized type of thing, which I think pushes more responsibility on the athlete. I think they've let the responsibility drop too far, right? To where, yes, they need to figure out the auto regulation, but they need to figure out how to ask better questions of their coach, right? That we didn't really have to do.
I also think that's part of auto regulation, because there's a point that you recognize that you need something, you're just not quite sure what that is.
Yes.
So you recognize where you need to go and where you are, but you're still kind of forming, again, you're still building that toolbox of how to get there. Yes. So yeah, I would agree. I think it's still a part of auto regulation.
Sure.
To seek out that information.
Where the difference was, we were looking for a why to overcome the sticking point, or a how.
Yeah.
Like, here's the issue. How do I overcome this? Now they're just being told, do this. Right. But they're not asking, why am I doing that?
They're not building. It's the problem solving. Yeah. I think you're talking. I think that's what we were able to build in more of a club based system. Is which still exists. I mean, we kind of act like it doesn't, but it still does.
No, it does.
It's not exactly the same, but it's more reflective of today. But yeah, that problem solving, that kind of tinkering, that all these little micro adjustments that you make along the way, that's really what teaches you how to program. It's not so much learning a new program, it's learning how to make those micro adjustments along the way to keep that same program effective for a couple decades. That's what really teaches programming. Yes.
And with most, I'm going to assume if they're going to have a coach and they're going to stay in the sport for 20 years, they're going to work with multiple coaches.
Probably.
So they're going to have to be able to figure out what to carry over from one to the next to the next.
Yeah. And I think especially when you're talking about like online coaching, I think you're still talking about a little bit more of a resource than a coach in the classic sense. It's more of so really it's just a better, faster way to get information. Because a lot of these guys are still doing it on their own. So you still have to do that. Just the source of your information has changed and it's a little more individual to you.
Maybe.
If you're with a good coach, I should say. Whenever I say I mean the people that are actually doing it properly.
Yeah. But even with that, I still, when I talk to people that are working with coaches, I still like, you need to question why this changed, why that, because you need to educate yourself. It's a different type of education today is different than it was 10 years ago.
But I will say that same type of client who's just kind of following whatever the coach says would be that same type of guy at the club, but they're just doing whatever anyone says. So at least now they're getting that from a better source. So I say that's still an improvement for certain people.
No, I get it.
I think for others of us, like I never really liked the idea of being coached because I always wanted to figure it out. I liked the process of figuring it out. And you know, of course, there's the ego thing of doing it on your own. But I think ultimately I found it very satisfying to try and solve those problems on my own.
But can they get to their top potential if they're solely relying on somebody else telling them what to do?
No, but I think that balance is going to change no matter what. As they get more capable, I think they're going to start to rely less. And I think a good coach is also going to recognize that that athlete is getting better and then give them a little bit more slack. So the program is a little bit less kind of connect the dots, paint by the numbers. And again, hopefully if they're a good coach and they recognize they have a more advanced client, they're going to give them a certain amount of leeway to kind of take it where they need to and start programming through the broad strokes. I would think. I haven't been really on either side of that relationship. But I would guess at the top level, that's kind of where it goes.
Yeah. The other thing I wonder, because we're kind of seeing it now, is a lot of the sport's been built on, you know, people helping other people that then in turn help other people. You know, kind of the live, learn, pass on thing, which the whole company's founded on. Is some of that it's there. I don't want to say it's not there. It's different, but it's distilled to where now we're at a time where, you know, younger lifters won't help anybody unless they're monetized or compensated.
Yeah. And that was actually one of the motivations I had for the gear book. Cause I made it free. And even the print version, it's available at cost. Like I'm not making any money. You're just paying the printer for printing it. Cause I wanted people to see that has historically been a part of the sport, especially multiply, that it is sort of a communal thing. And that by not monetizing it, I thought, man, if they can get this just giant chunk of knowledge for free, it might help sort of continue that trend of people getting into the sport and knowing that it's their responsibility to pass it on. So making it free was kind of trying to set that example for a lot of people.
Where the link to that is in the description too, by the way. So it will be wherever you guys are listening to this or watching this, it is in the description, because that's where I want to go now, right? Because that thing is like 465 pages.
Yeah, it's big.
So outside of that, what was the main motivation to do it? Because I remember you telling me you were going to do it, but I didn't think it was going to end up being what it was.
Yeah.
Which was it had to be a laborious process for sure.
It was.
Because it's a lot. Everything is covered.
Yeah.
So was that one of the ways you were kind of dealing with the exit of the sport?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
So what sparked the idea?
I smoke a lot of weed these days, Dave.
So a lot of things can happen from that.
Yeah. I remember, you know what it was? Well, like, so you've written a ton, you write by more than I have. Anybody who writes a lot has a lot of content that they write and then never do anything with. It kind of goes into like a junk folder or whatever it is, but you have all these articles that maybe weren't completely fleshed out, or you wrote this and then kind of the need to write it sort of, but we always wind up with all this content that never really goes anywhere. And I was trying to figure out what to do with it. And I always wanted to write a gear book because I was primarily known as a technician for this stuff. But there was a couple limitations. The first was I had only used metal gear for the last, decade. Right. So I couldn't really speak with authority on using other companies' equipment, which I thought should be important.
Yes, it is.
I could talk with authority on different types and stuff, but like, oh man, I don't really, I just hadn't, and I had kind of a very specific technique myself with the bench press that most people don't do. We talk about that later, but it was a very personal technique for me. But like I never really was like a phenom bench. So there's all this gear that I didn't have a ton of experience with. And I remember when I started writing all that stuff, it was years ago. And we talked about it a bit. And I thought maybe we could make it like a giveaway that if someone buys Metal Gear, they get this guide to Metal Gear, right? Then Metal Gear kind of, went its way. So now I had all this material based on a gear company that I wasn't even sure was going to be a big part of the gear landscape. And it certainly diminished from what they were. Yeah. All right. So, well, how do I talk with authority about this stuff? So that's when I got the idea to bring other lifters into it. Because one of the reasons the book is as big as it is I got a lot of contributions from other powerlifters, something like between 10 and 15 or so. And I got specific people who I thought could cover specific stuff. So I got like Bob Merck contributed a couple of pieces, Barzine, Zari, Sean, a long list of people. Yeah. And because they could all speak with the same authority that I had, but with their gear and the stuff they were using. And plus I wanted other perspectives on how to do certain things because, we're all limited by what we've experienced by other people. So I thought it would be much cooler if I had a bunch of other people involved in it. But then I also realized that it would be very difficult to make a profit from it because how do you divide up an ebook 15 ways? And I'm not going to ask people to contribute to something I'm going to sell. Yeah, a niche ebook too. Yeah, and it's a niche sport. And all right, so maybe I'll just make, that's where the weed came in. Maybe I'll just make it, fuck it, I'll just make it free. And so a lot of the content was stuff I'd already written. And I repurposed a few things that I already published here just because I thought they were appropriate. So a lot of it was me just sort of pulling together content I already had. And I wrote a bunch of new stuff too. And then figuring out a way to kind of edit in all this good content I was getting from other guys. And updating the others too. Yeah. And that's what it kind of became. But yeah, a lot of it was, and a lot of it was kind of figuring out how to make my way through retirement in an environment where I couldn't actually coach. Yeah. A couple things on that before we start digging into some of the topics from the book is, with the gear, with your restrictions with just metal, there was an interesting observation that I had as a metal supplier for so long is it didn't matter who I brought in that had to move into metal gear. They found a way to make it work. Right. That's what pros do. Yeah. What I began to understand is it doesn't really matter on the gear company or brand where people were dropping the ball is they're moving too much from one to the next, to the next, to the next. Brian Carroll's the best example because he's sponsored by everybody. Right. And he was successful with it. He broke PRs in all of it. So then it's alterations, fit, use, stuff like that kind of came out. And that's where the real value of sponsors is. It's not that, young guy sees, the experienced guy wearing this, so he's going to buy that. One of the real benefits to the sponsorships is you have this crew of guys that can only wear your shit. Yes. And so they're going to figure out the best way to use it. And that's what's going to filter down and it's going to improve the gear and it's going to improve people. So really the value of the sponsors, when you have a group of high level guys that can only use one shirt or one squat suit, well, they're going to figure out how to use that shirt or squat suit because they're pros. Yes. And with this book, had it all been just metal never had a really big market penetration. No. And by the way, it takes different techniques to use different styles of gear too. So the gear might not be limiting your success so much, but you might have to figure out different ways to use different pieces in order to achieve that success. Yes. So had it just been metal, your target market gets diminished. Yeah. By 80%. Yeah. Because if they had more than 20% market penetration at any time, I'd be shocked. Right. You go to meet, it's like two people. Yeah. And I was familiar enough with gear that it probably could have been a pretty good book if I did it myself, but it was way better with everybody else. So as you're pulling this stuff in, the first part of it is, why multiply? So what would be your pitch there? I think it's what we talked about before is that, it's just the fact that you have this whole different element that most strength sports don't have is it really does open it up to the people that want it the most. And I would say by extension, the people that need the sport the most. It tends to be more conducive to a group training environment than raw is. Raw, you have a lot more potential to do it on your own. And for some people that is going to be better.
Yeah.
But I think for people who really need that crew experience, multiply is the most conducive to it. And again, that's pulling from the idea that people are doing this for a lot of reasons other than just squatting and benching more. The group dynamic itself, I think, is a very powerful and beneficial part of the sport for your development just as a person. And multiply seems to encourage that the most, just because the stuff is hard to use. You need more spotters. It tends to encourage sort of a communal aspect because we're all sharing gear, we're all trying different stuff. It's just this totally different animal. It's unlike any other strength sport.
We talked a little bit earlier about the limitations of getting into it, financially being one. But there's a section that you have on there on, quote, why multiply died. So what are some of the other reasons why you think that? See, I don't think it died, but what do you think are some of the reasons why it didn't grow?
Yeah. I said I think a lot of it, and I don't think I wrote about this in the book because I hadn't thought about it yet. But again, that sort of generational aspect, you had one generation that was able to progress along with the gear, but then subsequent generations were not. And I think choosing, raw versus gear was much more of a definite decision later on than it was for us. It was sort of a natural progression. And I think that's really where it died, is that natural progression was just no longer there. Yeah. Because now we got into the sport when bench shirts were $30 and now they're $300. That's a kind of a big difference, especially for beginners who are often young and don't have a lot of cash.
Well, there's no raw division either.
Right.
So you're way an outlier. Now the multiply is the outlier in a meet, but you are the outlier if you were raw.
Yeah.
So it was more accessible, and then you're around everybody, which is, to me, it's always been interesting how the sport pivoted when pivoting into raw went against the best interests of every company that makes gear. Yeah. Right. So in essence, the sport grew in opposition of what was best for the companies that support it. Yeah. And the federations that support it. And all these other things, which is actually, to me, kind of a cool thing. Yeah. Because that ultimately tells you that the athletes are in control.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Which they don't think they are.
No. And if you think of it, look at other sports. So like, look at baseball. Do you really think the players don't want aluminum or graphite bats? Like, you think, you can hit further with them. You have a bigger sweet spot. Your numbers are all going to be better. I'm sure a lot of players would like. And, most of them played on, I think they all played in aluminum in college. So I don't think they're particularly happy about transitioning to wood when they get to the pros, but fans want to see wood because when, Aaron Judge knocks it out of Yankee Stadium, they want to hear the crack. They don't want to hear a fucking ping. They want the crack. So guess what, guys? They want the cracky thing. So you got to do the cracky bats. So it makes a crack. I think that's what a lot of it is. But you see these sports that are very, very resistant to change because fans want what they want and they're the ones floating that. And they don't always want the same thing that the athletes want. Athletes want to get better. They want to improve performance. Fans are into tradition because they want to watch a baseball game the same way they did with their father. So the fans like tradition. So the fans are very resistant to rules changes, where I don't think the athletes would be so much. In powerlifting, it's all lifter supported. Powerlifting is athletes. All the money comes from the athletes and whatever, like poor wives or girlfriends we dragged in the meets, So because it's lifter driven, we make the rules. So, all right, this federation doesn't want to use the band like Boing Boing shirts. Okay, I'll go to this federation that does. So you see gear advance much more quickly here because it's up to us. And then you have this sort of collective consciousness that sort of helps the trajectory of all this gear improve. So it's lifter driven. And that gives us a lot of freedom. We can kind of take the sport wherever it needs to go. Now, getting us to agree on anything.
That's the problem.
That's the problem, because whatever we want, there's going to be another federation that's going to give us what we want. So, all right, so if this federation doesn't want to allow this suit, all right, I'll just go to this one that does.
But everything's going to have pros and cons, right? So who do you want to have having the agreeing or disagreeing on everything, the lifters or the federations that are in
ultimately
charge?
I go with the lifters.
I'm going to go with the lifters too. Yeah. So if you don't like the direction it's going, but it's lifter driven, then so what?
Right.
To me, that's a better outcome.
Right. You might not always like it because it might not always be what you like.
Yeah, of course.
Like, Raw getting, a million times the size of gear. That's probably not what we would have chosen, but it was clearly athlete motivated.
Sure.
So what do you say?
Yes. And
no one put it on us.
No. I mean, if you're a fan and love the sport, that's what you want to see.
Yeah.
Is, what is unanimously what the lifters want. That's it. For me, it's a constant reminder of telling the lifters, you control this.
Oh, yeah.
So while you have all the drama and all that, remember, you have the drama.
Yeah.
Not them.
And I think it really is time that we really look at multiply as its own sport.
Oh, yes.
And I think what happens is that line is so blurry because, multiply grew out of minimal gear. So there was just powerlifting and we had gear in powerlifting. We mostly single ply gear.
Yep.
So then the gear starts getting better. Not that much better. So, and people don't realize the old top 100 in PL USA didn't make a distinction. So raw, single ply, multiply, it was all together. It was just the biggest lifts that were done. And you could kind of get away with it then because the gear wasn't that different. Once it really broke off and became a different sport, like the early 2000s, I don't think it has enough recognition as its own sport. Like I think multiply and raw are as different as high jump and pole vault.
Oh, 100%.
And we think about it like, purists, I don't know why people get so fucking pure over lifting weights, but purists like, it's not a pure strength sport. Does it need to be?
Yeah.
Like, why can't this be a thing also? All sports, almost all sports, you're demonstrating your athleticism through some sort of implement. Right? Like Serena Williams, she's not smacking the tennis ball with her hand. Aaron Judge isn't trying to knock it out of the park with his dick. Like they all use their tools. We just wear ours. That's the only difference. But just like the pole vaulter, we're using this piece of equipment to create leverage to perform the task. Right?
Yep.
Nothing different than any other sport, but because it has this constant comparison to raw lifting, whereas I don't think high jump and pole vault have that same they're just viewed as different athletes in their sports.
Yeah.
Maybe there's infighting between them, who knows? But like, I don't think the public sees them as different sports where they see these as kind of different shades of the same sport. And I think that's been more damaging for multiply because the comparison is always with raw. And there's so many more people that do it, that comparison winds up being negative a lot.
Yes.
Whereas, again, why shouldn't this exist too? Like, why can't you demonstrate strength through some sort of implement?
Yes. I think the majority of the lifters do see it that way.
We do. It's very hard to show that to the public.
They don't.
I think they don't. And by the public, I really mean people, the larger powerlifting market, because the public doesn't care about any form of powerlifting. But for like more meatheads, I don't think and again, part of it is just how it sort of grew out of, powerlifting. Wherever that split happened is very, very vague. But I know it happened when the technique started becoming much different, because then it really did become different lifts.
But it is interesting because they'll see classic bodybuilding completely different than pro bodybuilding.
Oh,
open bodybuilding.
Yeah.
Which is interesting to think about that.
Yeah, in a weird way, multiply kind of mirrors like pro bodybuilding.
Yeah.
Whereas now I would say, I think more people might know the classic or the physique guys than I mean, people obviously know the pros, but I think more people pay attention to those than they might top level bodybuilding.
More relatable.
Yeah, more relatable, more attainable, way less dangerous. I mean, maybe not. They're probably doing their crazy shit too. Well,
when you wrote this, and one of the next one I was going to jump on here that got noted is dealing with the trolls, where I don't think that's as big of an issue. I don't pay attention either, so I'm speaking a little bit out of turn. Probably more of an issue. It's not as much of an issue now as it was before.
No, maybe not. I don't pay as much attention either. And I had Anthony from Trigger Warning write that one because, like, who's got more shit than he has?
Sure. Yeah. So what did to refresh my memory, what did he say about that? Because he has caught a ton of shit. And there's a life cycle with that too.
Oh, yeah.
Where over a period of time, you just get used to it.
Well, I mean, his moniker is Stay Hated, right? So I think he views that as it's just one of those things. And you're probably not really anybody if you're not getting a certain amount of that shit, especially in multiply.
Mhm.
I have a little, and I haven't read the book in a long time.
Yeah.
I really read it enough to proofread it, and then I never read it again, just because I was so burnt out on it. But I know what my perspective is on that. And my perspective is that look at the people who are doing the trolling. They're mostly people at the beginner, maybe intermediate level. What I see that as is when you're really, really into something, and I'm just saying that sort of remembering back to where I was, and I wasn't really a troll, but because you don't have the internet either. But when you're really into something new, especially when there's a big identity component to it, and you really want to be seen as legit at that, but you don't have the accomplishment yet, you sort of double down on like the philosophy, and you sort of double down on sort of defending your little branch of it. So that raw lifter that's been in the sport for a year and a half is kind of probably going to be more likely to make fun of the geared lifters because he thinks that's what a raw lifter needs to do. Or you see that as a threat to what you just decided is your thing. So you feel the need to attack it because they're attacking that identity you've just assumed, but you don't really have any accomplishment to sort of prove your worth in it. So you kind of do the attack thing if people are doing something else. I think there's a lot of that in it.
Where it's what I tell people anymore is because all this, if they're posting stuff, most of the time they're looking to try to build followers and it's engagement
or credibility. Yeah.
So what would you rather have? Like no engagement or 30 shitty posts, which is engagement. Right. So the way I've always kind of seen it is even if they're posting, but it's a shitty post, it's going to help drive your engagement.
It's still a barometer of success, right?
Yes.
If you're getting shit.
Well, they cared. I mean, they cared enough to post, which is more so than the person that doesn't post anything at all. You know, so it's just a different metric because most of the time when you would dig through and look like, who's this coming from? You know, it's
not very right. Well, also trolling was at its height during the message board days, which were anonymous. So you can say anything about anybody.
Yeah, that's different because that was skillful.
And some of those trolls were fucking great.
No, that was skillful. That was
good.
Funny. I mean, those are well thought out.
Yeah.
And not like emotional reactions or trying to piss them. Well,
it was really a form of satire.
Yes.
It was mostly just us sort of busting on each other and busting on this board. Yeah, you might get mad, but a lot of it was very funny.
Oh, it was really funny. You know, I maybe it is that way. I don't know. Like I don't follow enough to be able to know, but maybe it is somewhere like that.
Yeah.
I don't know. You know, it's just, it hasn't been as much of a God back then. Lifters I was sponsoring had to learn how to get calloused.
Oh yeah.
You know, and it didn't take that long.
Because I don't think people realize the place this company had in powerlifting a few years ago. Like now, as far as online presence, it's been diluted just because of social media. But there was a time where there were only a couple of online sources you could go for training information. And this was one of them. So there was much more attention on things like the logs and everything back then because we didn't have social media really.
Yeah.
So, you know, we on the team became much more of a focal point than we would have now.
Yes.
Just because there's so many more outlets. People's attention was much more directed towards a few different sources. Yeah.
And we also didn't have to, because of the way the posts came in, we didn't have to post the shitty ones.
No.
You know, because it was self-moderated on the back end.
Yeah.
Like this guy, I would push it through because I went into the traffic.
Yeah.
And then somebody'd be like, what the fuck you push that thugh? Oh, fuck. All right. Just delete it. It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
And then over a period of time, people caught on to it. But as like the coaching logs got killed by Facebook, right? Because you can make the post there and communicate with that coach right there.
Yeah.
The Instagram wiped out the training logs because it's faster, it's easier, and it's there.
Yeah.
And
the video's right there.
Exactly.
You don't have to like link to an outside
source. You don't have to do all this other kind of shit to be able to do it. So it was just a natural progression.
And not to cut you off, that's the reason I didn't have, like my first instinct was to put pictures of the lifts in the book and all these systems. I'm like, what am I going to do that for? Everybody in here has an Instagram account. So I just put in the book to just look at these people's Instagrams to see what their technique is like.
Yes.
Like it just made more sense.
Way easier too.
Oh yeah, and it just sucks up a ton of memory, and it's just made like the book gets really hard to format when you have a lot of pictures.
Oh yeah, I've done it.
It's really hard.
I've done the same thing that you've done actually.
Like you put a picture in on page 200 and then you fuck something up on page 400. Like, God damn it. And you got to track it. Oh, it's the worst.
I've done pretty much the same thing that you just explained here, where it's like, okay, I'm going to do this ebook and most of it's going to be shit I've already written.
Yeah.
Then I got to repost it, but then I got to read it again, which sucks because you were already done.
Yeah. And I have no attention span.
Yeah. So now you got to read what you already wrote and change context, you know, because it was 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And then once it's there, you're like, this is a mess. What's missing, and it's a project.
It's just like everything brings up 3 more issues. Yeah, it's
After I've done that a couple times, I haven't done it to validate this claim. It may be easier just to write a whole new one than to have to deal with the other stuff.
Because you get into a flow versus that constant stopping and starting and go. Yeah,
but I'm like, well, it's there. This will be so much easier.
You think it's going to be easier, and it probably isn't.
No, it wasn't. It was because I did it. I just did it recently with the max effort method. I'm like, okay, there's that. Then I'm going to do a dynamic one, and I'm like, oh fuck, do I want to do this? How do I want to do this? Do I just want to rewrite it or go do this?
And there was probably a point where we had to change the colors of all the bands.
Oh,
remember, because when you started stocking, because now a blue band wasn't a blue band anymore, so now you had to change all this.
And some of the shit had percentages, and it's like it's all. So I haven't started the other one because of that. So the raw gear was interesting because that has, since you've written this, that continues to become
gateway gear.
Yes, better and better and better. Where my question is what is gear anymore, right?
Yeah.
You know, to where what is raw, you know, if the knee sleeves can hold it, it doesn't matter. I mean, they post those videos now where the sleeves will hold 45-pound plates, which doesn't mean a fucking thing. I mean, it doesn't mean you're going to get more rebound. And that probably means you're going to get less.
Right, because it's too stiff.
Harder to put on. But
it probably is more like the old trick of like putting golf balls under your wraps to squat down. So you have just a physical obstruction there. Yeah,
so I wonder how close we're getting. You know, because a few years ago, somebody sent me, and I don't want to say the company, a singlet, just a singlet.
Oh, it was basically like a Z suit.
It was. Yeah. It was. And because we were looking at bringing in new singlets. I'm like, okay, what are the, you know, what's the current singlet? And I'm like, this is what I used when I first started competing. Yeah. This is a single ply suit. And so I think we're slowly seeing this whole thing.
It's because athletes are going to use whatever they have. They're going to figure out a way to just corrupt whatever rule they can, tweak any gear they can, move whatever. Like we're going to figure out a way to wring every pound out of what we got.
How when I train now, you know, I'll put on like Spud's Gateway briefs. Yeah. Right. So my raw gear is stronger than probably the gear I competed in.
Oh yeah, that brief is stronger than like the old like a single ply France brief. It's way more sport.
Oh yeah. So I got that, the knee sleeves, all of it. It's
the slingshot evolved into the band shirt.
Yes, exactly. Where we go here. So we got here's a good one. The initial break-in technique. That is something that we still get asked a lot, like breaking in the gear. So before you start, I'm going to say the best way to do that is to get used gear from somebody else. Now, outside of that, then you can continue.
Yeah. Or if you happen to have a lightweight in your crew, you can let him break in your bench shirt. I've done that a few times.
Yes. The best gear is the gear that you borrowed from somebody else.
Yeah, sometimes.
So if it is breaking in, we'll go with a bench shirt.
And even the book, I always encourage new lifters to get used gear. Yeah. Just find out what they can. Because really, you need to know what characteristics work for you the best. And so you don't want to have to buy new to figure that out. You can, every great multiply gym has just a bin of old gear.
What do you mean by characteristics that use the best if we're on a bench shirt?
So if you prefer more support behind the triceps, or you get more out of the chest plate, more rebound, more stopping power, you kind of find out what you benefit from more. So like you don't see a lot of very long benches and very stiff shirts, right? Because they need the elasticity to help it get down there. So you kind of figure out what works best for you in terms of the characteristics of the gear itself, material cut, that kind of thing. And you can only really do that by trying a lot of stuff. And so then I always encourage new lifters just try a lot of stuff. so that by the time they do need to buy something, they have a better idea of what they need to buy.
So they need like the Facebook group on multiplier gear.
Yeah,
They need
yeah.
like a gear exchange.
Yeah, they think they have it, right?
Yeah, I think they pretty much do.
Oh yeah.
If you post on some of those
And every
things,
big club is already that, because there's a ton of shit that people, especially if there's a few sponsored guys, they usually have a bin of stuff that, we all have shirts that we wore once or twice that just didn't work or didn't fit, or like I've given away probably more gear than I've used.
Well, I don't think anything ever gets thrown away either. So it just gets thrown in a pile.
Yeah, exactly.
Somewhere. So the breaking into the shirt though, once they figure that out, because there is a process where it's going to change based upon, you need to get the book, and the book is free. So the book is in the description. So we just want to surface level touch some of these things because you can stretch the arms, you can stretch the chest panel. What should they not do?
Be very careful about cutting sleeves and not reinforcing the seam. Some shirts are actually made so you can do that. Like it has another, but you got to be very careful. The metal gears was an issue because some of those would blood after you cut them. So if you're going to cut the sleeve, you need to have a seamstress sort of bind it up. That you need to be careful of. And you need to be careful of doing it too quick. Like you're not going to just, or like when you put footballs in the arms, like one trick you just get small footballs put in. Well, in my case, I'd have to use a small football.
Yeah.
Other people might use
the little kids.
Yeah, like the giveaway one.
Yeah.
So you put a deflated football in the sleeve or the leg. Usually I'd use basketballs for the leg of a squat suit, and you just pump it up until you see the material start to stretch, but you can't like try to pump it up all the way because you'll blow it. So you got to get.
Are you wetting it?
Oh yeah, I would wet it first. So just a little bit at a time, and then you can do it multiple times. Put it on, try it out. But the biggest thing is patience. It's going to get there, but if you try to get it too fast, it'll just blow the seams.
What do you mean by patience?
It's going to take a good 8 weeks to break into a piece of gear. So you got to make sure you have enough time to give it that 8 weeks. Because what people will do is they'll try to, you can't get a shirt a month out from a meet and expect it to work. So it was a lot about, patience is probably the biggest thing.
So when you're breaking this in, because some of it may involve boards or air boards, stuff like that. They still have to touch though, right? Because the mistake I see is they stay with that.
Right.
Then they hope it's there on me.
That's why I always programmed in a touch in my bench cycle, because I always had to know I could touch. And I was actually for a while, I was very consistent bencher. I think there was like a 3 or 4 meet run where I got all 3 attempts at each meet, which for sure to bench is rare.
Yeah.
But again, because I was touching every month, it really sort of kept me in touch with that group. Yeah, the people who stay on boards and expect it to come together doesn't work so well. Yeah,
so if it's locked up, like a board or a board and a half away, what are you going to do to get it the rest of the way?
So a lot of times it's about wearing the shirt, or about how you wear the shirt. So what the militia guys used to do is they would pull it down a little bit more for each attempt. So it'd be more and more on the collar. So there's things like that. You can wear a little bit higher. It'll be more on the chest plate. You'll get more forgiving groove and a little less support. So there's all kinds of things you can do. You can bunch it up behind the triceps to get more.
Well, that's to get more. What if to get less?
Don't bunch them. This is the opposite.
So pull it up high.
Yeah.
Choke yourself out. And is that how you would touch in training? So
I said before, my bench style was a little bit atypical because I never rode the collar. Like most multiply benchers will pull the collar low. And that's even why shirts started getting built with a scoop neck, because you could just put it on, the collar would be right there. I found it was better off if I used a chest plate. And I think that might come from training with, Bill Crawford back then, because, that's how you did it. Your easier attempts, you'd put higher, so it'd be more on the chest plate, and then as you got lower, it would be more on the collar. But I realized that because I had a short stroke, I could get a much more forgiving groove if I got a really stiff shirt, wore it high, and benched on the chest plate all the time.
Yes.
Because if, because I mostly used the Metal Ace when I was and used the Rage Expo before that. Those are both very stiff shirts. So the collar would just lock up like concrete, like that wasn't going anywhere. But if I wore that high, put my arms all the way in, like I didn't bunch behind the triceps, I would just ride that stiff chest plate down. But then my touch point became quite a bit bigger. It wasn't as on the line because I wasn't trying to bench to this little little collar. So I think that's what gave me much more consistency in the bench press. And I might have given away a couple of pounds in the top end, but I was a full lifter. Like all my benches were in full meets.
Yeah.
I dicked around with benching only a little bit just when my back wasn't in shape to do the other three, but I was always a full lifter. So in the context of a full meet, I was able to hit reasonably big benches, especially for a lightweight, but be very, very consistent because, again, I was on that bigger chest plate.
So when you're pulling it down, that's going to put it more on the triceps.
Puts more on the triceps, and for the shirt, it puts it more on the collar. And also the support for your triceps kind of gets lower. Like as you pull it down. So, but what I found is that made it really squirrely because if you're hitting that support here, it makes it a little bit easier to dump. Where if my support was a little bit higher up on the tricep, but then I was getting more out of the chest plate on the shirt, it was just a lot easier for me to touch. Mm-hmm. I just got very, very consistent with that.
Now for the squat suits, what are the tips to break that in? Because it's really not that big.
The big thing is footballs in the legs, but essentially what gets a lot of people is that higher seam. That's, I think, really where because most squat suits sort of bell out a little bit in the legs. Mm-hmm. So it's very, except for maybe the metal ace, which was a smaller, I always thought too small of a cut. It's usually the higher seam that really restricts you in getting it seated all the way. So I would always put a basketball or something in that higher seam around the crotch to try and break that in. So basically, if you're looking in the suit from the top, where the leg starts, where it's attached to the body of the suit, that point I think really needs to be broken in well.
Now, when you're using it to break in, is it straps down or up?
Straps down to break in. Yeah, because the straps don't really break in on a canvas so much. The hips do. Mm-hmm. And so usually that's just progressing to lower and low. So starting in a high box, and then progressing, lower and lower until you're, at that kind of right there range.
Now the deadlift suits.
Just hope for the best, man.
Yeah.
Actually, I shouldn't say that. So if you notice, most multiply lifters have gone to sumo. That wasn't really the case more in our generation. Like when you were finishing, when I started, like you saw a lot of conventional pullers. But as more and more guys figured out how to use the canvas for sumo, you don't see a whole lot of conventional pullers in multiply anymore. It's a lot of sumo. Because you can get a lot more support because first off, you're using a canvas suit, which is cut for the squat. So you have the same leg position. And what I found was, using a conventional deadlift suit, you're more using the elasticity of the suit.
Yeah.
So deadlift suits, traditional deadlift suits didn't really change that much from single ply to multiply. It's still essentially the suit conforming to the lift. Whereas in the canvas, it's more you, again, using that suit for leverage. So it almost becomes like a chair deadlift, where you pull yourself hard into that support and you kind of lever off it and sort of lean back against with that support under your ass.
So then what needs to be tight and what needs to not be tight?
For me, it was always more hip tightness. I never got a ton out of tight straps. Tight straps just sort of pull me out of position and make it, difficult to lean back.
The way I always thought of the suits where you wanted the suit to be able to have your hips in the starting position that your second rep would be if you were pulling without a suit. Yeah. So that way you're kind of in a wedged position.
Yeah. And I think the biggest technical difficulty people have is with the start position. The deadlift. It's wedging themselves into that start position.
Well, that's why I think the real old school deadlift suits that would rack your nuts. Yeah. And that's why I think they helped, is because it kept you just a little bit higher, because you couldn't stand having your nuts being broken in half. Yeah. So you started in that more optimal position. Yeah. Instead of being a little bit too low, where, when I was competing, we didn't figure that shit out with the canvas and all the other. It's just like, this sucks.
Well, it wasn't enough support in the crotch. Yes. Really back then with those suits.
Did you find as you got heavier that you had to switch from sumo to conventional and vice versa?
No, because I never went above 220, which still isn't terribly big. I mean, I looked like a tick about to pop, but for me, never really, because I was even at my heaviest, I was never a big waisted lifter. I got square, but I never got round. So I never had a huge belly I had to reach over. I struggled more at the higher weight classes with my hands because I don't have very large hands. And the bigger I got, the chubbier they got. So the harder time I had holding on to weights. So I found size limited my grip much more than my overall technique.
Yeah. Well, the bench shirt will as well, right? Because after you squat, you cut the circulation off with your.
Oh yeah, and your hands kind of and the wrist straps and your hands kind of swell.
Yeah. So that was your solution for that, was just icing the hands.
Yeah, icing the hands, elevating them. That usually helped. I didn't do a ton of. I didn't do a ton of. When I got really big, it was mostly just benching. I never got very big as a full lifter. Even when I competed at 220, it was very often I was just a 198 that wasn't cutting. I would use it as a tune-up. With
you moving into all the grip work after powerlifting, would you have done more grip work when you were powerlifting?
I don't think so. Not a ton more, because I was also a hook grip puller. So that mitigated a lot of it. If I was over under, it probably would have counted. But a lot of the stuff that you do in grip, I wouldn't have done to get my grip better. Yeah. In lifting.
So where would you throw with, because I don't know if it's in this or not. I didn't go back and read it either. I just, I read the first one, which was a lot, and then kind of skimmed through the table of contents.
Sure.
I don't know if did you put the band shirt in here at all?
I did. Yeah. I had Tony Carlino write it because I didn't have any experience with it, but they were already popular enough that I really have to have this in there if it's going to be a complete book.
Yeah. Have you been close enough to the sport to know the drama that goes back and forth?
Oh God, yeah. Oh yeah.
So what are your thoughts on that?
I have a couple thoughts on it. So I think part of the resistance to it has a lot to do with those sort of doldrum years that Multiply had. Because if you think about it, when most of the sport was lifting in gear, those improvements were very obvious and very incremental. What happened with the band shirts, and a lot of that advancement took place when nobody was looking, because nobody really cared about Multiply. Like I remember Bench Daddy was making shirts almost like 10 years ago.
Yeah.
So they've been around longer than people realize, but a lot of that progression was kind of under the radar. And then all of a sudden they break out onto the sport, and now people are getting an additional 200-300 pounds. So it was much more of a shock when those things came, because if you look at a Phenom versus a Blast shirt, percentage-wise, it's a much bigger difference.
Yeah.
Like a 30-pound carryover versus a 300-pound, that's a 10 times carryover. Like going to 300 to 500, it's 60%. It's not as big of a jump. But because a lot of that happened behind the scenes, now all of a sudden we have all these shirts and guys are just leveling up 200 pounds automatically. That was a very, very stark contrast, and that was tough for people to wrap their minds around. But I think a lot of it is just sort of a natural progression of gear. Like I struggle with the idea of it being an unlimited, like having another Multiply class, because I was in the same class as those guys using the Blast shirts for a while. Like when we moved from the Blast shirts to denim, we wiped all those guys off the books and nobody cared.
Yeah.
And when the Phenoms came on, they wiped all the denim guys off the books, and we just saw it as a progression of the sport. So I'm not sure why we're drawing the line here specifically.
Maybe they don't know, right? Because when
and again, I don't have a lot of hands-on experience. Like I've mentioned a Bench Daddy a few times, but that was like I never used any Pharrell shirts or any of that. So I'm just looking at the philosophy. Like gear has always gotten consistently better and would break some previously set rules along the way. Then we just change the rules.
Yeah, but I wonder if they because they didn't see what you were talking about, because when say 92 or whenever I came to Westside, I was using a Blast shirt beforehand. I didn't even know double fly even existed for squat suits. And I would get 20 pounds. There were a lot of meets. I just said, fuck it. I don't want to deal with it. I'll just take 20 pounds less.
Yeah. And you can get away with it.
And it didn't matter. And then in the time I was there, 12 years or whatever it was, it went from that 20 pounds to people getting over 250.
Right.
So to me, it's like this has already happened before. And, it's all those records were wiped as well.
Right. So why are we preserving all these Phenom records when that was never done for any of those generations that came before?
That's perspective, right?
Yeah.
If they have, because when I first was presented with this dilemma, that's the first place I went. Yeah. It was like, what? I lived through this.
Seems like we've been through this before.
Yeah, I've lived through it, and I was on the back end because I was never able to get to 250.
Yeah, see, I was right
out of it. So
see, I started when those next gen were just starting to file in.
Yeah.
So I remember the transition from, Blast shirts to denim to open back denim to Phenom to but also if you think about it, there was a good 10-year period where there was no advancement
Yes.
Whereas for us, it was constant, right? So again, multiply hits this kind of lull. There's not a whole lot of obvious development. And all of a sudden, we have this new big advancement when we're used to this 10-year lull that we didn't have for all the other advancements. There was like a couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
Like there was a time where gear was moving really, really fast, and then it just stopped. And now all of a sudden we had this other big level up. So philosophically, it isn't any different than any other level up in my perspective, but it was definitely bigger in terms of the magnitude and how fast it came on out of nowhere.
Yeah. The canvas with the squat suits would be pretty close.
Yeah.
You know, no, it wasn't.
No, because they still had the diaper,
longer,
right? They had the
longer.
legless one, yeah.
It took a while for people to figure that out.
And it also took a while for people to figure out new techniques.
Yes.
Whereas one thing about the bench shirt is it's more forgiving on techniques. And I've thought about that too.
Such as?
It's always going to be much easier to do the same weights, but guys aren't doing it to do the same weight. So if you're comparing it to the Phenom, yeah, if you're a 900 bencher in a Phenom, you'll bench it a whole lot easier than the band shirt. But once guys really start testing the limits of these, which I don't think they have yet, except maybe Kolb, I think it's going to be just as big of a technical tightrope as the Phenoms, or just in a different way.
No, I get it.
So I think if you're that, if you're again, if you're that 800 level bencher, and you're going to that to bench 850, well, yeah, I think it is going to be a whole lot easier. But again, the guys at the top are really looking at it to just do shit no one's ever done before. And I think that's always going to result in a technical tightrope walk. We're just not there yet.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that day will come. That's when it's going to get really fucking scary.
Yeah. No, I haven't considered that point, but I can see that point because I know of several, actually 3 people that are trying to hit 900 in the bench shirt, or in the band shirt, and it's not been the easiest trek that you would think.
There's no free lunches in this. There really aren't any free lunches. And again, gear doesn't advance to make the lifts easier. Gear advances to make the lifts go up, and we're just going to do whatever the fuck we need to do to make those lifts go up. At some point, it will come down to improving the technique of these things. Mm-hmm. So I think right now with the grooves that most of us are used to, yeah, it is much easier, and you're going to get bigger weights easier. But as that class becomes more competitive, it's just going to be the same like technical struggle it's always been, just 300 pounds higher. Mm-hmm. Again, that's my guess. I haven't had enough experience with this to really kind of, put my flag down here, but that's kind of how I see it going. And that's why I question whether it really should be another class. And I get the properties of the material are different, but it's mostly like knee wrap material, which we've already always had. Like that's always been in the sport, just in different pieces of gear. Mm. And then we've always kind of changed the rules as it suited us, right? Like you used to have to use the same bar for every lift, and we started to not like that idea, so we changed it, going from upright racks to monolift, going from, I think there was even a point where you couldn't have a piece of gear made out of multiple different materials. Yeah. And then the Leviathan came along and blew that out. So we've always, doing it the same way because we've always done it the same way is not a great argument in multiply, just because we've gone past that so many times. Mm-hmm. And again, the nature of powerlifting, we're okay, if we don't like this rule book, we'll just start another federation with a different rule book. Yeah. So we've never used that really as a justification before. So again, looking back in the broad strokes, I don't see a reason for it now.
Are there any other things with gear that you think people are missing?
In terms of what?
Well, you're seeing things now through a different lens, right? Because and I don't know how engaged you are, right? But I'm sure people are still in touch with you.
Oh, sure.
Where there's some things that I've seen is, people didn't train enough in gear where now I think they're training too much in gear. That would be one, but we all live in bubbles.
So I'll give you something really big that I don't really know if I have a point on, but I do question it, is how early to put someone in gear.
Okay, that's a good one.
Because for us, again, we were mostly coming out of that strength perspective, and you more so because you trained with Lou, and he was, I think, solely coming out of that. And we used whatever techniques he had to do the thing. But the conventional wisdom has always been to have a few years of raw powerlifting under your belt before you transition to gear. But now that the skills are so different, I don't know if that's as useful as it used to be.
I don't know either.
And I don't know. And now I don't know if it's, again, using that pole vault and high jump. Like, how long do you train someone in the high jump if they're ultimately going to be a pole vaulter?
Yeah.
So I think now it makes more sense to start introducing this stuff earlier so that you can pick up the skill aspect of it.
Yes, because
And
if
you-
they don't know how hard the skill is,
Right.
it's just
right.
skill.
You still need to address muscular strength, but again, we always address that. Like, we always did a fair amount of raw training. Maybe not in the contest style lifts, but we always did a lot of training without gear to condition ourselves for gear. That never went away. But I think the idea of having to do it a certain amount of years or hit a certain number before you transition to gear, I'm wondering how useful that is now. Or if it's better to recognize them as two different sports. And if you're interested in multiply, start using multiply early. So now you can sort of lay down that technical proficiency while you're still weak and while you don't have to do it with super heavy weights.
That's the point that I felt that way in the bench for a while.
Hellbent just had 2 high schoolers squat a grand
Yeah.
in gear. That would have been unheard of in our day, because you got to work up until maybe you don't.
Yeah.
And they're football players. They're already strong and athletic and have a lot of training years under their belt. Maybe not powerlifting, but they went to gear very, very early, and it's hard to say it's not working.
No, I mean, you make a good point, but I think the important thing of that is they had training years underneath them.
Sure.
So there was a base level of strength.
Right. But you can still get that while you're training in multiply gear, because you're not solely training in it.
Well, that's another big distinction that I think needs to be made. You're not using it for every lift and everything you do in training.
Right. And you're not, and there's always that idea that we're using gear to compensate for not being strong raw. No, it's just a totally different skill. And we've just decided to, demonstrate our strength through this implement.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the skill aspect of it, I think, actually needs to be addressed earlier. But that's not the same as only training in gear.
Yes.
Like, introducing it earlier is fine. I think there still needs to be quite a good deal of raw training, but I wouldn't want to have someone powerlift for 3 or 4 years and not ever use multiply gear, knowing that they want to lift in multiply gear. I think that would be a waste of time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they'll still get better. They'll still come to it stronger, but now you got to learn the gear when it's strong. When you're stronger, using heavier weights to do it.
No, that's an issue.
If you can learn to use a shirt with 225, why wouldn't you? And just let the training get you stronger along the way.
That brings up an interesting question that I've always had going back 2 decades, just as far as like bench shirts and being able to touch and skill acquisition and all that, is if you had 2 twins identical
Mm-hmm.
with the same amount of muscle mass,
Mhm.
And one's got a 315 bench and the other one's got a 600 bench. Realistically, they're wearing exactly the same shirt.
Mm-hmm.
Why can the one with the 315 bench touch,
Mm-hmm.
but the one with the 600 can't?
Mm-hmm.
That's one of those things I've pondered.
Yeah.
Like, what is this?
Mm-hmm.
Is it the eccentric strength that's stopping them from being able to control and touch?
I think it's skill. I think it's a feedback loop. I think it's the skill aspect of it. It's just, again, why can't a high jumper, jump 20 feet with a pole?
Mm-hmm.
Because they never tried.
Yeah.
They don't know how. It's a totally different skill than what they're used to. It doesn't mean they're any more or less of an athlete than the pole vaulter. They're both probably very similar in terms of athleticism, explosiveness, all those athletic attributes. They've just chosen to demonstrate it in a very, very different way.
Yeah. How did you peel your training back after a meet, not knowing that there was another one, say 6 months away for the other one?
I mostly just backed down on intensity. The template never really changed all that much. And I think one of the things that multi-powerlifters do have to be very careful of is that period right after a meet, I think, is the easiest time to get hurt.
Yes.
And I think the reason, especially for multi-powerlifters, is that's when they start stripping the gear away. And that's like, okay, now I'm going to train raw for a while. And some of you decide, maybe I'll do a raw meet. It never fucking happens.
Mm-hmm.
But I think what happens is a lot of lifters, they back off the gear too far, and then they just start training raw, and those tissues are not at all prepared for it. And that's when a lot of injuries develop. It's that raw training after a meet when they're dinged up, they're very, very tuned up for the gear, and now they're training reasonably heavy weights raw. That's, I think, where the wheels often fall off the bus. And that's another thing that I never really did. I did have phases where I was focusing on raw more, but it wasn't like that stark transition right after a meet. It's like I'm the strongest I've ever been in gear. I'm tuned into gear more than I've ever been. Now I'm just going to pull it all away and start gritting my teeth raw. That's a recipe for disaster.
So what did you do? You just phased back?
Yeah. Because we're and you know how it is with crews. We're not all doing the same meet at the same time because there's got to be handlers. So usually 2 or 3 of us are doing the meet. Everybody else is handling. So then we go back to the gym. All those guys at handling, they're training for whatever meets they're training for. And especially when I was in John Bott's place, which was just basically his basement. We just had 1 rack and 1 bench. So I'm going to go along with those guys that are getting ready for the meet. I'm just going to back off a little bit. So I'm not even really getting out of gear.
Yeah.
I might do more assistance work without it. I might do maybe more rehab. I'm lying. I never did rehab stuff. It would have been a good idea to.
Well, you're not hurt.
Right. Emotionally, Dave.
Yeah.
I think that's a big mistake a lot of role lifters have typically made. I don't know if it's still that way, but that it definitely was in my experience.
As you've been out looking back into the sport, we talked a little bit earlier before the podcast of transitioning out of the sport and how you can look in and see certain people that probably should transition out.
Yeah.
What advice would you have for them?
Oh, man.
Because I think a part of them knows it.
Yeah. I think the best thing I would say is, and I touched on this before, you're always going to have that little voice telling you have one more in you. It's not always right. And I think if you look objectively at the arc of your career, you can kind of figure out when that little voice starts lying to you. It all depends on if your ego is in a place, if your pride is in a place where you can accept it. Yeah, that's a tough one. And it's why I sometimes don't like talking about retirement, because a lot of people really aren't ready to hear it. So it can almost be like an uncomfortable topic. But, and I think a lot of people sort of get they get the notion that because this made me happy for so long, only this can make me happy. And I thought it too. That's why we pull so much attention away from everything else. But I think at some point you have to recognize what you got in the sport for and make that determination if you've gotten it or not. Like, I couldn't tell you objectively the reasons that I was lifting around the time I retired. I can now, but it was more of a feel. Like, I had to ask myself, is a 20-pound PR in the squat going to do anything for me as a person? Is it going to help me develop as a person? Is it going to teach me anything? Again, using the PRs as sort of the carrot at the end of the stick. Like, is that carrot still worth the work it's going to take to get there? At some point, you have to, we train ourselves to never give up on our goals. But at some point, you have to look at that goal and say, does that goal really matter? And I think I got to the point where I realized it didn't, at least not as much as it did. Like, is more progress at this going to do anything for me that hasn't already been done? And I kind of had to answer myself honestly and say no. What was the biggest challenge, and I thought what would build me up more as a person, is letting it go. Like, that was, I think, the last thing I needed to get from it is, could I give up that identity, and could I give up, this world that just made life much easier for me to deal with? Was I ready to let that go? And in a way, that was the only way I could really test if powerlifting did for me what I needed to, was to give it up.
Did it?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. Because I'm happy. Yeah. And if I had done it 5 years ago, 5 years earlier than I did, I'm not sure I would have been happy with it. Because I don't think I was there yet. Yeah.
I also think there's a certain aspect that, just say meatheads, competitive meatheads. Us, right? There's a certain aspect to it all you're addicted to.
Oh, 100%.
And that you got to define this is what I'll tell people. You got to define what exactly that is. Because many of them think it is, the all-time world record, the world record, winning the meet, whatever that is. And for some it is, right? For others, it's not. So if that's not the part of it that you're addicted to, then what part of the training, the regiment or whatever it is, are you addicted to?
Yeah.
Because you can continue doing that. You just have to reframe it in a different way of training, or however you lay things. You can still scratch the itch.
Sure.
Right? Where that itch is never going to go away.
No.
But there's ways, I think, that you can still do that. It's...
You know what it also was? Again, I retired at a point where I think that window was starting to close. Like, it had my all-time PR performance like a year or so before. The last couple meets didn't go great. I probably could have pulled it together for one or two more good ones, but I was starting to realize like it didn't really, matter. Shit, I keep losing my train of thought now.
The addicted part.
Yeah, that. Yeah, God, again, I keep losing fucking ADHD. I keep losing my place. Yeah, I had to really ask myself, was like, because I could still come up with other goals, but is that goal going to give me what I need as a person? Like, because I think what I needed to know about myself, and again, this is growing up with, an undiagnosed, executive functioning disorder, is powerlifting allowed me to demonstrate all those traits that it looked like I didn't have outside of it. And I needed personally the experience of seeing something through to the end, of working really, really hard at something really, really difficult for a long time. I needed that experience, and being able to continually progress was a big part of that. And for as long as that was the case, I could justify doing it. But once I got to the point where that I knew that window was starting to close. I mean, I was 42, but my training age was probably about 30. Do I still want to put all this energy into this, knowing that I'm mostly going to be fighting the decline versus getting better? And I think once I knew I was at that crossroads, or I knew it was very, very early, I started to recognize this as being a way for me to achieve success in a way that other elements of life wouldn't allow me to. But once I was no longer able to get it here consistently, I don't think it would have been as gratifying as it previously was. A lot of other stuff about it really was gratifying, but I think zeroing in on that as what I, as a person, needed, it made it easier to kind of let that go by the wayside, because I knew it wasn't going to be that for very much longer. There would have been a lot of other really positive elements from it too. Yeah. But knowing that was probably the driving force, made it easier to let it go.
No, I get that, because that would just lead to frustration.
Yeah. And I think that would have made me resent the sport. And I fucking love this, Dave.
Yeah. Yeah.
I love the sport too much to ever let it become a negative. And we've seen what happens, because it's more than your body breaking down. It's kind of breaks your life down.
Oh, it does.
Relationships start suffering because you're constantly frustrated. You can't do things you want to do because you're too physically beat up. Like, I have no pain. I have zero. Like, I was pretty beat up for a while, but I was able to get that back in check. So because I still have my body intact, I can take someone I learned here elsewhere, but if I was a wreck, I don't think I could. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think it would have really broken my heart to let this become negative. I think that would have really hurt me, and I just couldn't let it be that.
So how do you train now?
I don't. Listen, I do assisted stretching 8 hours a day. I'm constantly bracing. Because I'm not teaching people. I'm stretching them. So I'm active all day. I have a very, very big training book. I book about 35, 40 hours a week. Yeah. Of just, and yeah, you been around body work your whole life. That's not easy work to do day in and day out. it was very difficult when I was still lifting because it was about a year overlap. So I'm capable of much more work than I ever was because I'm not beating the shit out of myself in the gym. And now that I'm not beating the fuck out of myself in the gym, I'm not interested anymore.
Yeah.
Like lifting weights and not powerlifting is fucking stupid.
Well, I know, I get that.
Not really.
No, I get
not
that.
really, but it's just boring now. Like I just don't care about it enough to keep doing it now that I'm not doing it for this.
No, I get that because I found a way to structure my training to be able to still scratch that itch.
Yeah.
But it's not health.
Mm-mm.
Because if I just had to train for like health, I wouldn't do it.
No. Like if I wasn't doing what I was all day physically, I might be a little more inclined to do it, but I have to be so careful of protecting my body because it's my livelihood. And I feel good for the first time I have in easily 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
The gym is just not so much on my radar.
Now you have one child, right?
I have a 10-year-old son.
10-year-old that you're wearing his pants, right?
Yeah, so. I was talking to Dave before. My son is quite a bit. He's going to be quite a bit bigger than I was. Mm-hmm. My wife has a lot of height in her family, on her side of the family. I'm 5'6". Every 5'6" guy has a secret, right?
What's that?
We're all 5'5".
Yeah, I get it.
So I'm 5'5". My son is probably like 5'1" or 5'2" now. And I'm starting to get his hand-me-downs. Mm-hmm. So I actually am wearing his jeans that he wore when he was 9. And
would you want him to power lift?
If he wants to, yeah. But I have no feeling either way.
Mm-hmm.
I want him to have a thing.
Oh, I know that.
I want him to have a passion. I don't really care what it is.
Okay. I mean, as a parent, I get what you're saying because my kids are older.
Yeah.
I did.
My son, he's also autistic, by the way.
Oh, really? Okay.
I don't think you knew.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think you knew that.
But I never pushed them towards it.
Mm-hmm. You want to expose them to it, but not push them into it.
And I've never pushed them away from it.
Right.
Neither one of them do it, have any interest in doing it. But, I know some people that push their kids into it.
Yeah.
And sometimes it works.
And sometimes it's fun if they're like 10 or something because they want to be like daddy or mommy. But I think if you push them past that, it's not good.
But I've often wondered because now they're older, right? Mm-hmm. If I would have been pro or con, if they really got into it.
Yeah.
I don't know because of that last stretch that you made, that, final all-in thing.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of value that can come from that.
Oh, there is.
Just from the knowledge of knowing what that feels like and what it is. But there's also a lot of mental fuckery that goes around with that as well.
Yeah.
So I don't know, I don't know how I feel about that.
But did the mental fuckery come from the sport or because we're fucked up?
From obviously because we're fucked up.
So whatever we got into, we were probably going to take it to that level no matter what, just because that's who we are.
If it's the right thing, yeah.
Yeah. So I think this is kind of one of those pursuits that chooses you. Mm-hmm. I would be cautious of living because I'm pretty sure my son will get that super hyper focus on something because he's kind of wired the same way I am. I'm not sure I'd want it to be this, but if it was this or nothing else, I think I'd rather him have it than not.
Okay.
Like if this was the only thing that just kind of lit those synapses up and made him really, really want to be successful at something, and it was only this, I would be happier that it was this than nothing.
Oh, I agree with that.
I would.
I would embrace that.
If I could choose what it was, it would probably be finance or something they could actually make a living at. But again, this was really the only thing I could wrap my head around. It's what I poured myself into. So if he is at that phase of life, and this is really the only thing that kind of speaks to him that way, then I'd rather him have it than not.
Explained that way, 100% I would be in it because I could help.
Yeah. Yeah.
More so than I could with anything else.
And because look what it did for you.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's funny because we have a very similar history, but in different ways. Mm-hmm. Like you got a label you probably shouldn't have.
Yep.
And I didn't get a label that I probably should have.
Yep.
And it kind of fucked us both up because expectations on you were always too low and wasn't demonstrative of what you were capable of. But expectations on me were things I couldn't meet because I had something going on below the surface. But I think it kind of fucked us up both in the same way.
Yeah.
So that this took a very similar place in our lives, and that's why we both kind of took it too far.
Probably. And there's many others that are in the same situations, probably more so than not.
Oh, I would definitely say more so than not. Especially if you look at the people that get into this. And if you think of how many people are doing this because it's the only thing holding their life together, especially that's a long list.
Oh, yeah, it is.
That's a long, and you very rarely think about those kind of guys that just sort of maybe aren't great lifters, but sort of just hang around the gym and kind of get something from it. I think for a lot of them, it's just the only place where they feel like they have a role, because those roles are very objective.
Yeah. Like,
you want to bench on this bench, right? You got to bench 500 pounds. If not, you're on that bench. You want to change the radio, you got to total this much. Otherwise, don't touch the fucking radio.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense no matter where you are. Because even if I'm not strong enough to use the good bench, I at least know what it's going to take to get to that bench. Whereas in life, not always as clear. So I think for a lot of us, it gives us sort of that structure we need that's kind of hard to attain elsewhere. Like, I use this example, like, if you've been a multiply long enough, you've trusted your life to someone who you wouldn't trust around your family.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Think about what that did for that person. So if you are that person that, maybe people in life don't think too much of, but you're able to come into an environment like this and have some kind of value, that's big.
No, that's the coolest thing about the sport.
Yeah, that's big. Like we always say, oh, I'm hanging around with a bunch of people I would have never hung out with on my own time. Think about what it's doing for them.
Mm-hmm. Well, yourself, them, the whole dynamic.
Everyone, yeah.
The social dynamic, all of it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're learning how to operate in a community. It's a microcosm.
Yeah.
But it's got more controllables.
It's very simple. It's very objective. And for people who find the outside world kind of overwhelming at times, I think this is, I would even say, healing in a lot of ways.
Oh, we know that's true.
Yeah. Because you're kind of able to be here who you can't necessarily be out there. Like, I was seen as a fairly successful person here. You know how many meets I did that I was traveling out of state to when I had like $200 in my bank account?
Well, probably most of them.
A lot of them. A lot of them.
Yeah.
And so, you kind of get used to being this sort of low level fuck up, but then here you're capable and you're someone that people seek information from, and you have respect and you have a role. I guess how would your life have turned out without this?
Mm-hmm. Well, that's something, because it's, I've always asked, what do you think the future of the fitness industry is, or the future of powerlifting, or whatever it's going to be, especially with, AI and all these things changing.
Oh, yeah.
And some things are just never going to go away.
Mm-mm.
There's going to be people that just love being in the gym and training hard.
Mm-hmm.
That's not going to be simulated by a fucking robot.
No, that's not going to
that's going to be in there. That's always going to be in there. There's a certain part of that human nature that thrives and looks for that.
That core group of people who need it the most will always be there.
Yes.
What kind of makes it look like that's not the case is because the sport has grown so big, you get a lot more casual people than we used to. And the casual people tend to be the most visible because there's just a lot more of them. So it's easy to think that core group isn't quite there the way it was. It's still there. There's just a lot more noise around it.
There's more of them too.
Like everyone says, oh, there's no good powerlifting gyms anymore. Really? Because I've always trained at good powerlifting gyms.
There are. I would say there's more now than there ever was.
There's definitely more now.
Yeah.
There's definitely more now. Like even in Columbus, you had Westside for many years and then nothing else. And now you have Westside, you have Lexington, you have
10 probably.
Yeah. So that never went away. That grew. Just, all the noise around it got much bigger too. So it might be a little bit harder to see it, but it's always been there. It's always going to be there.
Exactly. Always.
Like the people that need it the most are going to want the most distilled, most extreme version of it.
And they'll always find it. Right. So that's the other thing is, a lot of the criticisms of sport growing and all that other stuff kind of fall on the edges, like you're talking about.
Yeah.
Like you're not looking at the nucleus here.
No.
Because that's still gotten bigger.
And for us that have lived through certain eras, today's powerlifting will never be as impressionable to us as it was back when we started, because we were more impressionable people back then.
We're 20.
Right. So like the greatest lift I've ever seen in my life, Chuck Vogel pulls 1,000 at 220. At your meet. Yeah. I remember it very well. That was the one where he rolled his car a couple times before.
Oh, yeah. And then missed 2 weights before that.
Yeah. And broke Ed Cohn's record, if I remember.
I think so.
First 1,000 at 220. I mean, the place was fucking electric. He was at the most intense. Like he was out of his mind. I remember I was actually, I think I was over by the door. I think Traci was there, and I think Karen Sizemore was there too. And Chuck's starting to come out for this lift, and Traci was really pissed at you because she told you not to put DMX on, and then he put DMX on for his lift, and he's coming out to, I got blood on my dick because they fucked your corpse. And, he's like, and she goes, that motherfucker. Nothing is ever going to top that.
Yeah.
And I've seen plenty of guys squat more. I saw Chris squat more every week. I saw Chuck squat 150 more than that.
Mm-hmm.
But nothing is ever going to replace that early impression. So we kind of think that means the sport isn't as good as it was, but it's just as impressionable for the people coming in now.
Yes.
They're just not going to interact with it in quite the same way. Like you think back, you think it's kind of easy to think that all powerlifters in the 80s were built like Kaz and like Doug Young. No, most of the rank and file were the rank and file just like they are now.
Mm-hmm.
And I would argue our rank and file are stronger because everything's improved since then. But we don't have pictures of them. We don't have videos of them. We just see the elite level. Whereas when you're in the moment, you're seeing it all.
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of makes it a little tougher to see that most distilled form.
Well, you get lost in your biased opinion.
Of course.
Unless you stay up,
right?
On what's going on with all of them, and like what's impressionable now.
Yeah.
You got to act like you're a 20-year-old.
Right.
What would you be posting on Instagram the way that they do? Would you be posting on TikTok? I don't know, but
I don't know if I would, but it kind of feels like everyone does. So I'm part of everyone. So
there's probably a pretty good chance that you would.
Yeah.
So it kind of falls into that.
I saw a great clip of Arnold, and he was talking about, these lifters, they're on the phone. There's always, I'm like, this guy was like the biggest poon hound in the world. You don't think he would have answered an occasional text now and again?
Exactly.
Come on.
Yeah. So it's
very easy to be sanctimonious about something that you didn't have.
Yes. Well, that's why I think you need to be, I think the further you get away from this competing, right?
Yeah.
The bigger your lens on those things become.
Yeah.
Right. Because then you can see it from that little bit different perspective.
Yeah. And I think that's where a lot of the bitterness comes from those older lifters, because now they're interacting with a sport that's totally different than what they came up with.
Yeah.
And it's confusing. You don't really know where your place is. And it almost becomes distracting.
Well, at its base, it's not different.
No, I don't think so.
It's still squatting in a rack. It's still, the core elements are all the same.
Yeah. Like if people ask me, is powerlifting better or worse than it was? I'm like, well, for me, powerlifting is that 5 minutes between your name being called on deck and you making your squat.
Yeah.
Like if you think back to that feeling, like at that meet, like hearing your name, that little kind of excitement or anxiety building. And then you're going through, getting your reps done and chalking and going through that whole checklist. Did that ever change for you?
No.
Me neither.
And it's the same now.
It's the same now, right?
Yeah.
That's powerlifting.
Mm-hmm.
All the other stuff is just kind of societal change being reflected in powerlifting. It's not like the internet was invented just to fuck powerlifting up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, and a lot of those people forget that we were being judged the same way the kids are being judged now.
Of course, by the generation before. Yeah,
exactly.
So
it's just rank and file.
Because we were the first generation of multiply guys. You didn't think the guys before that?
They were.
Of course they did.
I heard it.
Me too.
They were.
Me too.
I've always kind of vowed not to be that guy.
Me too. Yeah. And that's why I have a hard time just flat out attacking something like a band shirt or attacking online coaching, because it's just, there's always going to be that evolution.
Yes.
But am I going to be the one that like fucks it up for that impressionable 20-year-old? Like if he just saw what he thinks is the greatest thing he's ever done, that's nothing. You should have seen this guy squat 150 pounds less back when I was like,
no, you don't want to do that, because the most valuable asset from it all is what you got out of the ass end of it.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't want to ruin that for somebody else.
No, I could never do that. And again, that's part of why I got out of it when I did, because I never wanted to hit that sort of bitterness phase.
Mm-hmm.
Of it. And I think we kind of all, and this is probably another motivation for writing the book, I think we all kind of feel like it's not going to be okay once we're out. Like we almost feel like a sense of stewardship over it. The kids are fine.
Oh yeah.
They're fine. They really are.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't write the book to say, this is how you should do this. I wrote the book to say, this is how we did it up until the point I wrote it. But I know it's going to have to become something else.
Yeah. Well, it's a guide to be able to help them, which didn't exist before either.
Right.
I mean, this information in this book is gold.
Yeah.
You know,
Thank you.
if you're a geared lifter, this is gold, because this is 20 years.
Oh, yeah.
More, actually.
Mm-hmm.
You know, more than 20 years of experience on how to get into the shit, how to use it,
Mm-hmm.
how to apply it, how to train with it. And it's free,
Mm-hmm.
you know, which epitomizes the whole aim of the company in the first place,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and it's so many things are eliminated.
Yeah.
You know, fast tracked.
Yeah.
You know, per se.
Mm-hmm.
And then, yeah, I don't know where to go from there, because I wish I had that.
Right. Yeah.
You know, but we didn't, because it didn't happen.
No. Right. Well, we were sort of that kind of test dummy generation.
Yeah.
Right. Where we just sort of kind of figured out how to use this stuff. And like I said, this encompasses everything up to that kind of 2020 point. But I know in 10, 15 years, that book's going to be irrelevant.
Sure.
Because everything's going to.
Yeah. Pieces of it.
Yeah. Pieces of like, you know, I have one chapter on the band shirt, but that might just be what shirt benching is. Like, well, the chapter on traditional shirt might not matter.
Yeah.
But I'm fine with that. I just wanted this sort of almost like a time capsule. Okay, this is everything we learned up to this point. Do with that what you will. Use that to determine what happens next.
Yes.
But I think when you kind of hold on too long and you do develop that bitterness, you have a very hard time watching the sport change.
You do. And you also have a very hard time giving back to the sport for what it gave you.
Yeah.
You know, because you don't want to be a part of it.
And it's sort of not giving you that anymore. And you're bitter, and you don't realize that now is your time to kind of reverse.
Exactly. Were there any other topics you wanted to talk about I didn't bring up?
Oh, God. Not a ton.
Which means there's something.
There's always something.
Well, did something come to your mind when you said not a ton?
I'm just sort of trying to go over everything. Again, I have a hard time sort of congealing thoughts sometimes. I think I got most of it out.
Any final thoughts?
Yeah, I think if you're going to do this, you really need to know why you're doing it at some point. You're not going to figure that out as a beginner. But I think in order to really get the most out of your career, you have to at some point realize it's probably not about the numbers. For a few people it will be, but I don't think for most of us it is. So I think the key to getting the most out of the sport and getting the most happiness out of the sport, and especially having the most happiness after, you got to know what brought you into it.
Yeah, see, I don't think it's going to be about the numbers for anybody, because they didn't start that way. Right? Because it's going to take a while before you actually hit decent numbers.
Yeah.
So something gave you the consistency to get to the decent numbers to begin with.
Yeah, I just don't know what that is for everybody else.
Yeah, sure.
You got to kind of figure that out. But I think, at least for me, figuring that out, not just knowing what I got from it, but knowing what I was kind of deficient in when I got into it, I think that'll ultimately determine if it was a successful career. Because I think what's going to determine your success as a lifter is what happens during and after. You know what I mean? Like how it affects the trajectory of your life. Looking back, I can confidently say it was a positive one. It might not have been the easiest way to do it, but it's the way that presented itself to me. And I just wrote it for everything it was worth.
Yeah.
And so did you.
Yeah.
And, you know, we came out okay in it. Could it have been something different? Maybe, but it wasn't. And I just had to work with what I had.
That's what we all do, right?
And I think that's a big part of what powerlifting teaches you too.
Very true. Thank you for coming out.
Oh, thanks so much for having me.
Thank you for everything you've done for the company.
Oh,
you know, being an ambassador for the company, everything you do for the sport, you know, and will continue to do for the sport. You're a great ambassador for the sport. You're a great ambassador for Elite FTS.
Oh, thank you.
And I appreciate you.
Oh, this is great. I appreciate it.
Thank you for coming out, guys. We're done.
Thanks.
All right, guys, I want to thank today's sponsor, Element. I'm having fun with ads now instead of just trying to like read through all the talking points and so forth. But there's a talking point here I have to read through. Element is a tasty electrolyte drink with everything that you need and nothing you don't. That means lots of salt and no sugar. For some reason, that just makes me laugh. I've had and have been in the habit of drinking a half a pack before every leg training session, and all my cramping issues that I had went away, because I've always had cramping issues on heavy leg days and leg days especially. How do your quads cramp doing seated leg curls? But it was a reminder to me that I need Element before my heavy training sessions, not just on days when I'm sweating like crazy or it's super hot outside, but there's something with their ratio of sodium, magnesium, and potassium, their scientifically backed ratio, however they explain that makes a huge difference with my training. Every morning I mix it in my oatmeal with, protein and the other crap I mix it with. So I get a half a pack there every morning, easy, and it actually makes the oatmeal taste better. Head into our description box and click the link that's there for Element. Or if you're listening to the audio of this, it's DRINKLMNT.com/table talk. When you go through that link, you'll get a free sample pack of all the different flavors. So maybe you think you might not like the grapefruit. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. I don't know. Maybe you think you're not going to like the chocolate. I thought it was going to be awful, but it was in the sample pack. And then somebody gave me the idea to throw it in oatmeal, and it was like a game changer to my oatmeal as far as how oatmeal tastes. The sample pack will allow you to test flavors to see what you like and what you don't like. So head over to Element. This is Dave Tate from Elite FTS. Last year, we partnered with Ken Kanakin to co-host the Swiss Symposium. It's built on hypertrophy and sport medicine for strength athletes and practitioners to come together in one place, which will be the Columbus Hilton at Easton. You are going to learn how to level up your training based upon the success and failures of others. You have to stay on top of your game if you want to be able to make the success and move forward at the pace that you want. Just to name a few of the presenters that will be presenting, we're going to have Matt Winning, Brian Carroll, Eric Serrano, Jim Wendler. That's just a few. These experts will be presenting on low back injury and prevention, exercise selection, as well as a business, steroid recovery, and restoration panel. If you want to network with one of the experts that we have presenting, we're going to have people there to be able to help you do that. To register for the Swiss Symposium, go to the elitefts.com website, look for the banner on the homepage, click that, we'll see you there. One of the ways that you can support the podcast is by purchasing or picking up our limited edition apparel. The shirt that I have on right now is one of the only shirts that we brought back for a second time. Normally we'll never do that, but the only reason we brought this one back for a second time is it sold out within 6 hours. So we brought this one back. We also got a second one that we just dropped. It's our, just Halloween edition shirt. Go to elitefts.com or go to the link in the description. This really does help us out because this directly supports the Table Talk podcast. Thank you guys. Enjoy the show.